scolded herself. She'd heard the flowing water, but she had never considered she might be running headlong into it. "Is there a bridge, or—" "I don't think so," Percy said. "And there's something wrong with the water. Listen." Annabeth concentrated. Within the roaring current, thousands of voices cried out, shrieking in agony, pleading for mercy. "Help!" they groaned. "It was an accident." "The pain!" the voices wailed. "Make it stop!" Annabeth didn't need her eyes to imagine the river, a black, briny current filled with tortured souls being swept deeper and deeper into Tartarus. "The River Acheron," she guessed. "The fifth river of the underworld." "I liked the Phlegethon better than this," Percy muttered. "It's the river of pain, the ultimate punishment for the souls of the damned, murderers especially." "Murderers!" the river wailed. "Yes, like you." "Join us," another voice whispered. "You are no better than we are." Annabeth's head was flooded with images of all the monsters she'd killed over the years. "That wasn't murder," she protested. "I was defending myself." The river changed course through her mind, showing her Zoe Nightshade, who had been slain on Mount Tamalpais because she'd come to rescue Annabeth from the Titans. She saw Nico's sister, Bianca D'Angelo, dying in the collapse of the metal giant Talos, because she also had tried to save Annabeth. Michael Yu and Selina Beauregard, who had died in the Battle of Manhattan. "You could have prevented it," the river told Annabeth. "You should have seen a better way." Most painful of all, Luke Castellan. Annabeth remembered Luke's blood on her dagger after he'd sacrificed himself to stop Kronos from destroying Olympus. "His blood is on your hands," the river wailed. "There should have been another way." Annabeth had wrestled with the same thought many times. She tried to convince herself Luke's death wasn't her fault. Luke had chosen his fate. Still, she didn't know if his soul had found peace in the underworld, or if he'd been reborn, or if he'd been washed into Tartarus because of his crimes. He might be one of the tortured voices flowing past right now. "You murdered him!" the river cried. "Jump in and share his punishment." Percy gripped her arm. "Don't listen." "But I know." His voice sounded as brittle as ice. "They're telling me the same stuff. I think this moat must be the border of Knight's territory. If we get across, we should be okay. We'll have to jump." "You said it was 20 feet. "Yeah, you'll have to trust me. Put your arms around my neck and hang on." "How can you possibly—" "There!" cried a voice behind them. "Kill the ungrateful tourists." The children of Nyx had found them. Annabeth wrapped her arms around Percy's neck. "Go!" With her eyes closed, she could only guess how he managed it. Maybe he used the force of the river somehow. Maybe he was just scared out of his mind and charged with adrenaline. Percy leaped with more strength than she would have thought possible. They sailed through the air as the river churned and wailed below them, splashing Annabeth's bare ankles with stinging brine. Then, clump! They were on solid ground again. "You can open your eyes," Percy said, breathing hard. "But you won't like what you see." Annabeth blinked. After the darkness of Nyx, even the dim red glow of Tartarus seemed blinding. Before them stretched a valley big enough to fit the San Francisco Bay. The booming noise came from the entire landscape, as if thunder were echoing from beneath the ground. Under poisonous clouds, the rolling terrain glistened purple with dark red and blue scar lines. "It looks like Annabeth fought down her revulsion. Like a giant heart. The heart of Tartarus, Percy murmured. The center of the valley was covered with a fine black fuzz of peppery dots. They were so far away it took Annabeth a moment to realize she was looking at an army. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of monsters gathered around a central pinpoint of darkness. It was too far to see any details, but Annabeth had no doubt what the pinpoint was. Even from the edge of the valley, Annabeth could feel its power tugging at her soul. The doors of death. Yeah. Percy's voice was hoarse. He still had the pale, wasted complexion of a corpse, which meant he looked about as good as Annabeth felt. She realized she'd forgotten all about their pursuers. What happened to Nyx? She turned. Somehow they'd landed several hundred yards from the banks of Acheron, which flowed through a channel cut into black volcanic hills. Beyond that was nothing but darkness. No sign of anyone coming after them. Apparently, even the minions of night didn't like to cross the Acheron. She was about to ask Percy how he had jumped so far when she heard the skittering of a rock slide in the hills to their left. She drew her draken-bone sword. Percy raised Riptide. A patch of glowing white hair appeared over the ridge. Then, a familiar grinning face with pure silver eyes. Bob? Annabeth was so happy she actually jumped. Oh my gods! Friends! The Titan lumbered toward them. The bristles of his broom had been burned off. His janitor's uniform was slashed with new claw marks, but he looked delighted. On his shoulder, Small Bob, the kitten, purred almost as loudly as the pulsing heart of Tartarus. I found you! Bob gathered them both in a rib-crushing hug. You look like smoking dead people. That is good. Ugh, Percy said. How did you get here? Through the Mansion of Night? No. Bob shook his head adamantly. That place is too scary. Another way. Only good for Titans and such. Let me guess, Annabeth said. You went sideways. Bob scratched his chin, evidently at a loss for words. No, more diagonal. Annabeth laughed. Here they were at the heart of Tartarus, facing an impossible army. She would take any comfort she could get. She was ridiculously glad to have Bob the Titan with them again. She kissed his immortal nose, which made him blink. We stay together now? He asked. Yes, Annabeth agreed. Time to see if this death mist works. And if it doesn't... Percy stopped himself. There was no point in wondering about that. They were about to march into the middle of an enemy army. If they were spotted, they were dead. Despite that, Annabeth managed a smile. Their goal was in sight. They had a Titan with a broom and a very loud kitten on their side. That had to count for something. Doors of death, she said. Here we come. Chapter 57. Jason. Jason wasn't sure what to hope for, storm or fire. As he waited for his daily audience with the Lord of the South Wind, he tried to decide which of the gods' personalities, Roman or Greek, was worse. But after 5 days in the palace, he was only certain about one thing. He and his crew were unlikely to get out of here alive. He leaned against the balcony rail. The air was so hot and dry, it sucked the moisture right out of his lungs. Over the last week, his skin had gotten darker. His hair had turned as white as corn silk. Whenever he glanced in the mirror, he was startled by the wild, empty look in his eyes, as if he'd gone blind wandering in the desert. 100 feet below, the bay glittered against a crescent of red sand beach. They were somewhere on the northern coast of Africa. That's as much as the wind spirits would tell him. The palace itself stretched out on either side of him, a honeycomb of halls and tunnels, balconies, colonnades, and cavernous rooms carved into the sandstone cliffs, all designed for the wind to blow through and make as much noise as possible. The constant pipe organ sounds reminded Jason of the floating layer of Aeolus back in Colorado, except here the winds seemed in no hurry, which was part of the problem. On their best days, the southern Venti were slow and lazy. On their worst days, they were gusty and angry. They'd initially welcomed the Argo too, since any enemy of Boreas was a friend of the south wind, but they seemed to have forgotten that the demigods were their guests. The Venti had quickly lost interest in helping repair the ship. Their king's mood got worse every day. Down at the dock, Jason's friends were working on the Argo too. The main sail had been repaired, the rigging replaced. Now they were mending the oars. Without Leo, none of them knew how to repair the more complicated parts of the ship. Even with the help of Buford the Table and Festus, who was now permanently activated thanks to Piper's charm speak, and none of them understood that. But they kept trying. Hazel and Frank stood at the helm, tinkering with the controls. Piper relayed their commands to Coach Hedge, who was hanging over the side of the ship, banging out dents in the oars. Hedge was well suited for banging on things. They didn't seem to be making much progress, but considering what they'd been through, it was a miracle the ship was in one piece. Jason shivered when he thought about Keone's attack. He'd been rendered helpless, frozen solid not once but twice, while Leo was blasted into the sky, and Piper was forced to save them all single-handedly. Thank the gods for Piper. She considered herself a failure for not having stopped the wind bomb from exploding, but the truth was, she'd saved the entire crew from becoming ice sculptures in Quebec. She'd also managed to direct the explosion of the icy sphere, so even though the ship had been pushed halfway across the Mediterranean, it had taken relatively minor damage. Down at the dock, Hedge yelled, "Try it now!" Hazel and Frank pulled some levers. The port oars went crazy, chopping up and down and doing the wave. Coach Hedge tried to dodge, but one smacked him in the rear and launched him into the air. He came down screaming and splashed into the bay. Jason sighed. At this rate, they'd never be able to sail, even if the southern Venti allowed them to. Somewhere in the north, Reyna was flying toward Epirus, assuming she'd gotten his note at Diocletian's palace. Leo was lost and in trouble. Percy and Annabeth? Well, best case scenario, they were still alive, making their way to the doors of death. Jason couldn't let them down. A rustling sound made him turn. Nico D'Angelo stood in the shadow of the nearest column. He'd shed his jacket. Now he just wore his black t-shirt and black jeans. His sword and the scepter of Diocletian hung on either side of his belt. Days in the hot sun hadn't tanned his skin. If anything, he looked paler. His dark hair fell over his eyes. His face was still gaunt, but he was definitely in better shape than when they'd left Croatia. He had regained enough weight not to look starved. His arms were surprisingly taut with muscles, as if he'd spent the past week sword fighting. For all Jason knew, he'd been slipping off to practice raising spirits with Diocletian's scepter, then sparring with them. After their expedition in Split, nothing would surprise him. "Any word from the king?" Nico asked. Jason shook his head. "Every day he calls for me later and later." "We need to leave," Nico said. "Soon." Jason had been having the same feeling, but hearing Nico say it made him even edgier. "You sent something?" "Percy is close to the doors," Nico said. "He'll need us if he's going to make it through alive." Jason noticed that he didn't mention Annabeth. He decided not to bring that up. "All right, Jason said. "But if we can't repair the ship—" "I promised I'd lead you to the House of Hades," Nico said. "One way or another, I will." "You can't shadow travel with all of us, and it will take all of us to reach the doors of death." The orb at the end of Diocletian's scepter glowed purple. Over the past week, it seemed to have aligned itself to Nico D'Angelo's moods. Jason wasn't sure that was a good thing. "Then you've got to convince the King of the South Wind to help." Nico's voice seethed with anger. "I didn't come all this way, suffer so many humiliations." Jason had to make a conscious effort not to reach for his sword. Whenever Nico got angry, all of Jason's instincts screamed, "Danger!" "Look, Nico," he said, "I'm here if you want to talk about, what happened in Croatia. I get how difficult—" "You don't get anything. Nobody's going to judge you." Nico's mouth twisted in a sneer. "Really? That would be a first. I'm the son of Hades, Jason. I might as well be covered in blood or sewage the way people treat me. I don't belong anywhere. I'm not even from this century. But even that's not enough to set me apart. I've got to be... Dude, it's not like you've got a choice. It's just who you are." "Just who I am." The balcony trembled. Patterns shifted in the stone floor, like bones coming to the surface. "Easy for you to say. You're everybody's golden boy, the son of Jupiter. The only person who ever accepted me was Bianca, and she died. I didn't choose any of this. My father, my feelings..." Jason tried to think of something to say. He wanted to be Nico's friend. He knew that was the only way to help, but Nico wasn't making it easy. He raised his hands in submission. "Yeah, okay. But Nico, you do choose how to live your life. You want to trust somebody? Maybe take a risk that I'm really your friend and I'll accept you. It's better than hiding." The floor cracked between them. The crevice hissed. The air around Nico shimmered with spectral light. "Hiding?" Nico's voice was deadly quiet. Jason's fingers itched to draw his sword. He'd met plenty of scary demigods, but he was starting to realize that Nico D'Angelo, as pale and gaunt as he looked, might be more than he could handle. Nevertheless, he held Nico's gaze. "Yes, hiding. You've run away from both camps. You're so afraid you'll get rejected that you won't even try. Maybe it's time you come out of the shadows." Just when the tension became unbearable, Nico dropped his eyes. The fissure closed in the balcony floor. The ghostly light faded. "I'm going to honor my promise," Nico said, not much louder than a whisper. "I'll take you to Epirus. I'll help you close the doors of death. Then that's it. I'm leaving, forever." Behind them, the doors of the throne room blasted open with a gust of scorching air. A disembodied voice said, "Lord Auster will see you now." As much as he dreaded this meeting, Jason felt relieved. At the moment, arguing with a crazy wind god seemed safer than befriending an angry son of Hades. He turned to tell Nico goodbye, but Nico had disappeared, melting back into the darkness. Chapter 58. Jason. So it was a storm day. Auster, the Roman version of the South Wind, was holding court. The 2 previous days, Jason had dealt with Notice. While the god's Greek version was fiery and quick to anger, at least he was quick. Auster, well, not so much. White and red marble columns lined the throne room. The rough sandstone floor smoked under Jason's shoes. Steam hung in the air, like the bathhouse back at Camp Jupiter. Except, bathhouses usually didn't have thunderstorms crackling across the ceiling, lighting the room in disorienting flashes. Southern venti swirled through the hall in clouds of red dust and superheated air. Jason was careful to stay away from them. On his first day here, he'd accidentally brushed his hand through one. He'd gotten so many blisters, his fingers looked like tentacles. At the end of the room was the strangest throne Jason had ever seen, made of equal parts fire and water. The dais was a bonfire. Flames and smoke curled up to form a seat. The back of the chair was a churning storm cloud. The armrests sizzled where moisture met fire. It didn't look very comfortable, but the god Oster lounged on it like he was ready for an easy afternoon of watching football. Standing up, he would have been about 10 feet tall. A crown of steam wreathed his shaggy white hair. His beard was made of clouds, constantly popping with lightning and raining down on the god's chest, soaking his sand-colored toga. Jason wondered if you could shave a thundercloud beard. He thought it might be annoying to rain on yourself all the time, but Oster didn't seem to care. He reminded Jason of a soggy Santa Claus, but more lazy than jolly.
"So," the god's voice rumbled like an oncoming front, "the son of Jupiter returns."
Oster made it sound like Jason was late. Jason was tempted to remind the stupid wind god that he had spent hours outside every day waiting to be called, but he just bowed. "My lord," he said, "have you received any news of my friend?"
"Friend?"
"Leo Valdez." Jason tried to stay patient. "The one who was taken by the winds."
"Oh, yes. Or rather, no. We have had no word. He was not taken by my winds. No doubt this was the work of Boreas or his spawn."
Yes, we knew that."
"That is the only reason I took you in, of course."
Oster's eyebrows rose into his wreath of steam.
"Boreas must be opposed. The north winds must be driven back."
"Yes, my lord, but to oppose Boreas, we really need to get our ship out of the harbor."
"Ship in the harbor."
The god leaned back and chuckled, rain pouring out of his beard.
"You know the last time mortal ships came into my harbor? A king of Libya. Cyalos was his name. He blamed me for the scorching winds that burned his crops. Can you believe it?"
Jason gritted his teeth. He'd learned that Oster couldn't be rushed. In his rainy form, he was sluggish and warm and random. "And did you burn those crops, my lord?"
"Of course."
Oster smiled good-naturedly.
"But what did Cyalos expect, planting crops at the edge of the Sahara? The fool launched his entire fleet against me. He intended to destroy my stronghold so the south wind could never blow again. I destroyed his fleet, of course."
"Of course." Oster narrowed his eyes.
"You aren't with Cyalos, are you?"
"No, Lord Oster. I'm Jason Grace, son of—"
"Jupiter. Yes, of course. I like sons of Jupiter. But why are you still in my harbor?"
Jason suppressed a sigh. "We don't have your permission to leave, my lord. Also, our ship is damaged. We need our mechanic, Leo Valdez, to repair the engine, unless you know of another way." Oster held up his fingers and let a dust devil swirl between them like a baton.
"You know, people accuse me of being fickle. Some days I am the scorching wind, the destroyer of crops, the sirocco from Africa. Other days I am gentle, heralding the warm summer rains and cooling fogs of the southern Mediterranean. And in the off-season I have a lovely place in Cancun. At any rate, in ancient times, mortals both feared me and loved me. For a god, unpredictability can be a strength."
"Then you are truly strong," Jason said.
"Thank you. Yes, but the same is not true of demigods."
Oster leaned forward, close enough so that Jason could smell rain-soaked fields and hot sandy beaches.
You remind me of my own children, Jason Grace. You have blown from place to place. You are undecided. You change day to day. If you could turn the windsock, which way would it blow?
Sweat trickled between Jason's shoulder blades. Excuse me?
You say you need a navigator. You need my permission. I say you need neither. It is time to choose a direction. A wind that blows aimlessly is of no use to anyone.
I don't understand. Even as he said it, he did understand. Nico had talked about not belonging anywhere. At least Nico was free of attachments. He could go wherever he chose. For months, Jason had been wrestling with the decision of where he belonged. He'd always chafed against the traditions of Camp Jupiter, the power plays, the infighting. But Raina was a good person. She needed his help. If he turned his back on her, someone like Octavian could take over and ruin everything Jason did love about New Rome. Could he be so selfish as to leave? The very idea crushed him with guilt. But in his heart, he wanted to be at Camp Half-Blood. The months he'd spent there with Piper and Leo had felt more satisfying, more right than all his years at Camp Jupiter. Besides, at Camp Half-Blood, there was at least a chance he might meet his father someday. The gods hardly ever stopped by Camp Jupiter to say hello. Jason took a shaky breath. Yes, I know the direction I want to take.
Good. And?
We still need a way to fix the ship. Is there... Oster raised an index finger.
Still expecting guidance from the Windlords? A son of Jupiter should know better.
Jason hesitated. We're leaving, Lord Oster, today. The wind god grinned and spread his hands.
At last you announce your purpose. Then you have my permission to go, though you do not need it. And how will you sail without your engineer, without your engines fixed?
Jason felt the south winds zipping around him, whinnying in challenge like headstrong mustangs, testing his will. All week he had been waiting, hoping Oster would decide to help. For months, he had worried about his obligations to Camp Jupiter, hoping his path would become clear. Now he realized he simply had to take what he wanted. He had to control the winds, not the other way around. You're going to help us, Jason said. Your Venti can take the form of horses. You'll give us a team to pull the Argo too. They'll lead us to wherever Leo is.
Wonderful!
Oster beamed, his beard flashing with electricity.
Now, can you make good on those bold words? Can you control what you ask for? Or will you be torn apart?
The god clapped his hands. Winds swirled around his throne and took the form of horses. These weren't dark and cold like Jason's friend Tempest. The south wind horses were made of fire, sand, and hot thunderstorm. 4 of them raced past, their heat singeing the hair off Jason's arms. They galloped around the marble columns, spitting flames, neighing with a sound like sandblasters. The more they ran, the wilder they became. They started to eye Jason. Oster stroked his rainy beard.
Do you know why the Venti can appear as horses, my boy? Every so often, we wind gods travel the earth in equine form. On occasion, we've been known to sire the fastest of all horses.
Thanks, Jason muttered, though his teeth were chattering with fear. Too much information. One of the Venti charged at Jason. He ducked aside, his clothes smoking from the close call.
Sometimes, Oster continued cheerfully, mortals recognize our divine blood. They will say, that horse runs like the wind. And for good reason. Like the fastest stallions, the Venti are our children.
The wind horses began to circle Jason. Like my friend Tempest, he ventured.
Oh, well,
Oster scowled.
I fear that one is a child of Boreas. How you tamed him, I will never know. These are my own offspring, a fine team of southern winds. Control them, Jason Grace, and they will pull your ship from the harbor.
Control them, Jason thought. Yeah, right. They ran back and forth, working up a frenzy. Like their master, the south wind, they were conflicted. Half hot, dry Sirocco, half stormy Thunderhead. I need speed, Jason thought. I need purpose. He envisioned Notice, the Greek version of the south wind. Blistering hot, but very fast. In that moment, he chose Greek. He threw in his lot with Camp Half-Blood, and the horses changed. The storm clouds inside burned away, leaving nothing but red dust and shimmering heat, like mirages on the Sahara. "Well done," said the god. On the throne now sat Notice, a bronze-skinned old man in a fiery Greek chiton, his head crowned with a wreath of withered, smoking barley. "What are you waiting for?" the god prompted. Jason turned toward the fiery wind steeds. Suddenly, he wasn't afraid of them. He thrust out his hand. A swirl of dust shot toward the nearest horse. A lasso, a rope of wind, more tightly wound than any tornado, wrapped around the horse's neck. The wind formed a halter and brought the beast to a stop. Jason summoned another wind rope. He lashed a second horse, binding it to his will. In less than a minute, he had tethered all 4 Venti. He reined them in, still whinnying and bucking, but they couldn't break Jason's ropes. It felt like flying 4 kites in a strong wind. Hard, yes, but not impossible. "Very good, Jason Grace," Notice said. "You are a son of Jupiter, yet you have chosen your own path, as all the greatest demigods have done before you. You cannot control your parentage, but you can choose your legacy. Now go. Lash your team to the prow and direct them toward Malta." Malta? Jason tried to focus, but the heat from the horses was making him lightheaded. He knew nothing about Malta, except for some vague story about a Maltese falcon. Were malts invented there? "Once you arrive in the city of Valletta," Notice said, "you will no longer need these horses." "You mean we'll find Leo there?" The god shimmered, slowly fading into waves of heat. "Your destiny grows clearer, Jason Grace. When the choice comes again, storm or fire, remember me, and do not despair." The doors of the throne room burst open. The horses, smelling freedom, bolted for the exit. Chapter 59. Jason. At 16, most kids would stress about parallel parking tests, getting a driver's license, and affording a car. Jason stressed about controlling a team of fiery horses with wind ropes. After making sure his friends were aboard and safely below deck, he lashed the Venti to the prow of the Argo II, which Festus was not happy about, straddled the figurehead, and yelled, "Giddy up!" The Venti tore across the waves. They weren't quite as fast as Hazel's horse, Orion, but they had a lot more heat. They kicked up a rooster tail of steam that made it almost impossible for Jason to see where they were going. The ship shot out of the bay. In no time, Africa was a hazy line on the horizon behind them. Maintaining the wind ropes took all of Jason's concentration. The horses strained to break free. Only his willpower kept them in check. "Malta!" he ordered. "Straight to Malta!" By the time land finally appeared in the distance, a hilly island carpeted with low stone buildings, Jason was soaked in sweat. His arms felt rubbery, like he'd been holding a barbell straight out in front of him. He hoped they'd reached the right place, because he couldn't keep the horses together any longer. He released the wind reins. The venties scattered into particles of sand and steam. Exhausted, Jason climbed down from the prow. He leaned against Festus's neck. The dragon turned and gave him a chin hug. "Thanks, man," Jason said. "Rough day, huh?" Behind him, the deck boards creaked. "Jason?" Piper called. "Oh gods, your arms!" He hadn't noticed, but his skin was dotted with blisters. Piper unwrapped a square of ambrosia. "Eat this." He chewed. His mouth was filled with the taste of fresh brownies, his favorite treat from the bakeries in New Rome. The blisters faded on his arms. His strength returned, but the brownie ambrosia tasted more bitter than usual, as if it somehow knew that Jason was turning his back on Camp Jupiter. This was no longer the taste of home. "Thanks, Pipes," he murmured. "How long was I—" "About 6 hours." Wow, Jason thought. No wonder he felt sore and hungry. "The others?" "All fine. Tired of being cooped up. Should I tell them it's safe to come above deck?" Jason licked his dry lips. Despite the ambrosia, he felt shaky. He didn't want the others to see him like this. "Give me a second," he said. "Catch my breath." Piper leaned next to him. In her green tank top, her beige shorts, and her hiking boots, she looked like she was ready to climb a mountain, and then fight an army at the top. Her dagger was strapped to her belt. Her cornucopia was slung over one shoulder. She'd taken to wearing the jagged bronze sword she'd recovered from Zethys the Boread, which was only slightly less intimidating than an assault rifle. During their time at Auster's palace, Jason had watched Piper and Hazel spend hours sword fighting, something Piper had never been interested in before. Since her encounter with Keone, Piper seemed more wired, tensed up inside like a primed catapult, as if she were determined never to be caught off guard again. Jason understood the feeling, but he worried she was being too hard on herself. Nobody could be ready for anything all the time. He should know. He spent the last fight as a freeze-dried throw rug. He must have been staring, because she gave him a knowing smirk. "Hey, I'm fine. We're fine." She perched on her tiptoes and kissed him, which felt as good as the ambrosia. Her eyes were flecked with so many colors, Jason could have stared into them all day, studying the changing patterns, the way people watched the northern lights. "I'm lucky to have you," he said. "Yeah, you are." She pushed his chest gently. "Now, how do we get this ship to the docks?" Jason frowned across the water. They were still half a mile from the island. He had no idea whether they could get the engines working, or the sails. Fortunately, Festus had been listening. He faced front and blew a plume of fire. The ship's engine clattered and hummed. It sounded like a massive bike with a busted chain, but they lurched forward. Slowly, the Argo II headed toward the shore. "Good dragon!" Piper patted Festus's neck. The dragon's ruby eyes glinted as if he was pleased with himself. "He seems different since you woke him," Jason said. "More alive." "The way he should be," Piper smiled. "I guess once in a while we all need a wake-up call from somebody who loves us." Standing next to her, Jason felt so good he could almost imagine their future together at Camp Half-Blood once the war was over, assuming they lived, assuming there was still a camp left to return to. "When the choice comes again," Notice had said, "storm or fire, remember me, and do not despair." The closer they got to Greece, the more dread settled in Jason's chest. He was starting to think Piper was right about the storm or fire line in the prophecy. One of them, Jason or Leo, would not come back from this voyage alive. which was why they had to find Leo. As much as Jason loved his life, he couldn't let his friend die for his sake. He could never live with the guilt. Of course, he hoped he was wrong. He hoped they both came out of this quest okay. But if not, Jason had to be prepared. He would protect his friends and stop Gia, whatever it took. Do not despair. Yeah, easy for an immortal wind god to say. As the island got closer, Jason saw docks bristling with sails. From the rocky shoreline rose fortress-like seawalls, 50 or 60 feet tall. Above that sprawled a medieval-looking city of church spires, domes, and tightly wedged buildings, all made of the same golden stone. From where Jason stood, it looked as if the city covered every inch of the island. He scanned the boats in the harbor. 100 yards ahead, tied to the end of the longest dock, was a makeshift raft with a simple mast and a square canvas sail. On the back, the rudder was wired to some sort of machine. Even from this distance, Jason could see the glint of celestial bronze. Jason grinned. Only one demigod would make a boat like that, and he'd parked it as far out in the harbor as possible, where the Argo II couldn't fail to spot it. Get the others, Jason told Piper. Leo is here. Chapter 60. Jason. They found Leo at the top of the city fortifications. He was sitting at an open-air cafe overlooking the sea, drinking a cup of coffee and dressed in... Wow. Time warp. Leo's outfit was identical to the one he'd worn the day they first arrived at Camp Half-Blood. Jeans, a white shirt, and an old army jacket, except that jacket had burned up months ago. Piper nearly knocked him out of his chair with a hug. Leo! Gods, where have you been? Valdez! Coach Hedge grinned. Then he seemed to remember he had a reputation to protect, and he forced a scowl. You ever disappear like that again, you little punk, I'll knock you into next month. Frank patted Leo on the back so hard it made him wince. Even Nico shook his hand. Hazel kissed Leo on the cheek. We thought you were dead. Leo mustered a faint smile. Hey, guys, nah, I'm good. Jason could tell he wasn't good. Leo wouldn't meet their eyes. His hands were perfectly still on the table. Leo's hands were never still. All the nervous energy had drained right out of him, replaced by a kind of wistful sadness. Jason wondered why his expression seemed familiar. Then he realized Nico D'Angelo had looked the same way after facing Cupid in the ruins of Salona. Leo was heartsick. As the others grabbed chairs from the nearby tables, Jason leaned in and squeezed his friend's shoulder. Hey, man, he said. What happened? Leo's eyes swept around the group. The message was clear. Not here. Not in front of everyone. I got marooned, Leo said. Long story. How about you guys? What happened with Keone? Coach Hedge snorted. What happened? Piper happened. I'm telling you, this girl has skills. Coach, Piper protested. Hedge began retelling the story, but in his version, Piper was a kung fu assassin, and there were a lot more Boreads. As the coach talked, Jason studied Leo with concern. This cafe had a perfect view of the harbor. Leo must have seen the Argo II sail in, yet he sat here drinking coffee, which he didn't even like, waiting for them to find him. That wasn't like Leo at all. The ship was the most important thing in his life. When he saw it coming to rescue him, Leo should have run down to the docks, whooping at the top of his lungs. Coach Hedge was just describing how Piper had defeated Keone with a roundhouse kick when Piper interrupted. Coach, she said, it didn't happen like that at all. I couldn't have done anything without Festus. Leo raised his eyebrows. But Festus was deactivated. About that, Piper said. I sort of woke him up. Piper explained her version of events, how she'd rebooted the metal dragon with Charmspeak. Leo tapped his fingers on the table, like some of his old energy was coming back. Shouldn't be possible, he murmured, unless the upgrades let him respond to voice commands. But if he's permanently activated, that means the navigation system and the crystal... Crystal? Jason asked. Leo flinched. Nothing. Anyway, what happened after the wind bomb went off? Hazel took up the story. A waitress came over and offered them menus. In no time, they were chowing down on sandwiches and sodas, enjoying the sunny day, almost like a group of regular teenagers. Frank grabbed a tourist brochure stuck under the napkin dispenser. He began to read it. Piper patted Leo's arm, like she couldn't believe he was really here. Nico stood at the edge of the group, eyeing the passing pedestrians as if they might be enemies. Coach Hedge munched on the salt and pepper shakers. Despite the happy reunion, everybody seemed more subdued than usual, like they were picking up on Leo's mood. Jason had never really considered how important Leo's sense of humor was to the group. Even when things were super serious, they could always depend on Leo to lighten things up. Now, it felt like the whole team had dropped anchor. So then Jason harnessed the venti, Hazel finished, and here we are. Leo whistled. Hot air horses? Dang, Jason. So basically you held a bunch of gas together all the way to Malta, and then you let it loose. Jason frowned. You know, it doesn't sound so heroic when you put it that way. Yeah, well, I'm an expert on hot air. I'm still wondering, why Malta? I just kind of ended up here on the raft, but was that a random thing, or... Maybe because of this. Frank tapped his brochure. Says here Malta was where Calypso lived. A pint of blood drained from Leo's face. What now? Frank shrugged. According to this, her original home was an island called Gozo, just north of here. Calypso's a Greek myth thingy, right? Ah, a Greek myth thingy. Coach Hedge rubbed his hands together. Maybe we get to fight her. Do we get to fight her? 'Cause I'm ready. No, Leo murmured. No, we don't have to fight her, Coach. Piper frowned. Leo, what's wrong? You look... Nothing's wrong. Leo shot to his feet. Hey, we should get going. We've got work to do. But where did you go? Hazel asked. Where did you get those clothes? How... Geez, ladies, Leo said. I appreciate the concern, but I don't need 2 extra moms. Piper smiled uncertainly. Okay, but ships to fix, Leo said. Festus to check, Earth goddesses to punch in the face. What are we waiting for? Leo's back. He spread his arms and grinned. He was making a brave attempt, but Jason could see the sadness lingering in his eyes. Something had happened to him. Something to do with Calypso. Jason tried to remember the story about her. She was a sorceress of some sort, maybe like Medea or Circe. But if Leo had escaped from an evil sorceress's lair, why did he seem so sad? Jason would have to talk to him later, make sure his buddy was okay. For now, Leo clearly didn't want to be interrogated. Jason got up and clapped him on the shoulder. Leo's right. We should get going. Everybody took the cue. They started wrapping up their food and finishing their drinks. Suddenly, Hazel gasped. Guys! She pointed to the northeast horizon. At first, Jason saw nothing but the sea. Then, a streak of darkness shot into the air like black lightning, as if pure night had torn through the daytime. I don't see anything, Coach Hedge grumbled. Me neither, Piper said. Jason scanned his friends' faces. Most of them just looked confused. Nico was the only other one who seemed to have noticed the black lightning. That can't be, Nico muttered. Greece is still hundreds of miles away. The darkness flashed again, momentarily leaching the color from the horizon. You think it's a pirace? Jason's whole skeleton tingled the way he felt when he got hit by 1,000 volts. He didn't know why he could see the dark flashes. He wasn't a child of the underworld, but it gave him a very bad feeling. Nico nodded. The House of Hades is open for business. A few seconds later, a rumbling sound washed over them like distant artillery. It's begun, Hazel said. What has? Leo asked. When the next flash happened, Hazel's gold eyes darkened like foil in fire. Gia's final push, she said. The doors of death are working overtime. Her forces are entering the mortal world en masse. We'll never make it, Nico said. By the time we arrive, there'll be too many monsters to fight. Jason set his jaw. We'll defeat them, and we'll make it there fast. We've got Leo back. He'll give us the speed we need. He turned to his friend. Or is that just hot air? Leo managed a crooked grin. His eyes seemed to say, thanks. Time to fly, boys and girls, he said. Uncle Leo's still got a few tricks up his sleeves. Chapter 61. Percy. Percy wasn't dead yet, but he was already tired of being a corpse. As they trudged toward the heart of Tartarus, he kept glancing down at his body, wondering how it could belong to him. His arms looked like bleached leather pulled over sticks. His skeletal legs seemed to dissolve into smoke with every step. He'd learned to move normally within the death mist, more or less, but the magical shroud still made him feel like he was wrapped in a coat of helium. He worried that the death mist might cling to him forever, even if they somehow managed to survive Tartarus. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life looking like an extra from The Walking Dead. Percy tried to focus on something else, but there was no safe direction to look. Under his feet, the ground glistened a nauseating purple, pulsing with webs of veins. In the dim red light of the blood clouds, Death Mist Annabeth looked like a freshly risen zombie. Ahead of them was the most depressing view of all. Spread to the horizon was an army of monsters, flocks of winged awry, tribes of lumbering cyclopes, clusters of floating evil spirits, thousands of baddies, maybe tens of thousands, all milling restlessly, pressing against one another, growling and fighting for space, like the locker area of an overcrowded school between classes, if all the students were roid-raging mutants who smelled really bad. Bob led them toward the edge of the army. He made no effort to hide, not that it would have done any good. Being 10 feet tall and glowing silver, Bob didn't do stealth very well. About 30 yards from the nearest monsters, Bob turned to face Percy. Stay quiet and stay behind me, he advised. They will not notice you. We hope, Percy muttered. On the Titan's shoulder, Small Bob woke up from a nap. He purred seismically and arched his back, turning skeletal, then back to calico. At least he didn't seem nervous. Annabeth examined her own zombie hands. Bob, if we're invisible, how can you see us? I mean, you're technically, you know. Yes, Bob said, but we are friends. Nyx and her children could see us, Annabeth said. Bob shrugged. That was in Nyx's realm. That is different. Right. Annabeth didn't sound reassured, but they were here now. They didn't have any choice but to try. Percy stared at the swarm of vicious monsters. Well, at least we won't have to worry about bumping into any other friends in this crowd. Bob grinned. Yes, that is good news. Now let's go. Death is close. The doors of death are close, Annabeth corrected. Let's watch the phrasing. They plunged into the crowd. Percy trembled so badly he was afraid the death mist would shake right off him. He'd seen large groups of monsters before. He'd fought an army of them during the Battle of Manhattan. But this was different. Whenever he'd fought monsters in the mortal world, Percy at least knew he was defending his home. That gave him courage, no matter how bad the odds were. Here, Percy was the invader. He didn't belong in this multitude of monsters any more than the Minotaur belonged in Penn Station at rush hour. A few feet away, a group of Empusai tore into the carcass of a griffin, while other griffins flew around them, squawking in outrage. A six-armed Earthborn and a Lestrygonian ogre pummeled each other with rocks, though Percy wasn't sure if they were fighting or just messing around. A dark wisp of smoke, Percy guessed it must be an eidolon, seeped into a Cyclops, made the monster hit himself in the face, then drifted off to possess another victim. Annabeth whispered, "Percy, look." A stone's throw away, a guy in a cowboy outfit was cracking a whip at some fire-breathing horses. The wrangler wore a Stetson hat on his greasy hair, an extra-large set of jeans, and a pair of black leather boots. From the side, he might have passed for human, until he turned, and Percy saw that his upper body was split into 3 different chests, each one dressed in a different color Western shirt. It was definitely Geryon, who had tried to kill Percy 2 years ago in Texas. Apparently, the evil rancher was anxious to break in a new herd. The idea of that guy riding out of the doors of death made Percy's sides hurt all over again. His ribs throbbed where the Arai had unleashed Geryon's dying curse back in the forest. He wanted to march up to the 3-bodied rancher, smack him in the face, and yell, "Thanks a lot, Tex." Sadly, he couldn't. How many other old enemies were in this crowd? Percy began to realize that every battle he'd ever won had only been a temporary victory. No matter how strong or lucky he was, no matter how many monsters he destroyed, Percy would eventually fail. He was only one mortal. He would get too old, too weak, or too slow. He would die. And these monsters, they were forever. They just kept coming back. Maybe it would take them months or years to reform, maybe even centuries, but they would be reborn. Seeing them assembled in Tartarus, Percy felt as hopeless as the spirits in the river Cocytus. So what if he was a hero? So what if he did something brave? Evil was always here, regenerating, bubbling under the surface. Percy was no more than a minor annoyance to these immortal beings. They just had to outwait him. Someday, Percy's sons or daughters might have to face them all over again. Sons and daughters. The thought jarred him. As quickly as hopelessness had overtaken him, it disappeared. He glanced at Annabeth. She still looked like a misty corpse, but he imagined her true appearance. Her gray eyes full of determination, her blonde hair pulled back in a bandana, her face weary and streaked with grime, but as beautiful as ever. Okay, maybe monsters kept coming back forever, but so did demigods. Generation after generation, Camp Half-Blood had endured, and Camp Jupiter. Even separately, the 2 camps had survived. Now, if the Greeks and Romans could come together, they would be even stronger. There was still hope. He and Annabeth had come this far. The doors of death were almost within reach. Sons and daughters. A ridiculous thought. An awesome thought. Right there in the middle of Tartarus, Percy grinned. "What's wrong?" Annabeth whispered. With his zombie death mist disguise, Percy probably looked like he was grimacing in pain. "Nothing," he said. "I was just—" Somewhere in front of them, a deep voice bellowed, "Iapetus!" Chapter 62. Percy. A Titan strode toward them, casually kicking lesser monsters out of his way. He was roughly the same height as Bob, with elaborate Stygian iron armor, a single diamond blazing in the center of his breastplate. His eyes were blue-white, like core samples from a glacier, and just as cold. His hair was the same color, cut military style. A battle helmet, shaped like a bear's head, was tucked under his arm. From his belt hung a sword the size of a surfboard. Despite his battle scars, the Titan's face was handsome and strangely familiar. Percy was pretty sure he'd never seen the guy before, but his eyes and his smile reminded Percy of someone. The Titan stopped in front of Bob. He clapped him on the shoulder.
Iapetus, don't tell me you don't recognize your own brother.
No, Bob agreed nervously.
I won't tell you that.
The other Titan threw back his head and laughed.
I heard you were thrown into the Lethe. Must have been terrible. We all knew you would heal eventually. It's Koios. Koios.
Of course, Bob said.
Koios, Titan of the North,
Koios said.
I know,
Bob shouted. They laughed together and took turns hitting each other in the arm. Apparently miffed by all the jostling, Small Bob crawled onto Bob's head and began making a nest in the Titan's silver hair.
Poor old Iapetus, said Koios. They must have laid you low indeed. Look at you. A broom, a servant's uniform, a cat in your hair? Truly, Hades must pay for these insults. Who was that demigod who took your memory? Bah! We must rip him to pieces, you and I, eh?
Ha ha, Bob swallowed.
Yes, indeed, rip him to pieces.
Percy's fingers closed around his pen. He didn't think much of Bob's brother, even without the rip him to pieces threat. Compared to Bob's simple way of speaking, Koios sounded like he was reciting Shakespeare. That alone was enough to make Percy irritated. He was ready to uncap Riptide if he had to, but so far, Koios didn't seem to notice him, and Bob hadn't betrayed them yet, though he'd had plenty of opportunities.
Ah, it's good to see you.
Koios drummed his fingers on his bear's head helmet.
You remember what fun we had in the old days?
Of course, Bob chirped.
When we, holding down our father, Uranos, Koios said.
Yes, we loved wrestling with Dad.
We restrained him.
That's what I meant.
While Kronos cut him to pieces with his scythe.
Yes, ha. Bob looked mildly ill. What fun.
You grabbed father's right foot, as I recall, Koios said, and Uranos kicked you in the face as he struggled. How we used to tease you about that.
Silly me, Bob agreed.
Sadly, our brother Kronos was dissolved by those impudent demigods.
Koios heaved a sigh.
Bits and pieces of his essence remain, but nothing you could put together again. I suppose some injuries even Tartarus cannot heal.
Alas!
But the rest of us have another chance to shine, eh?
He leaned forward conspiratorially.
These giants may think they will rule. Let them be our shock troops and destroy the Olympians. All well and good. But once the Earth Mother is awake, she will remember that we are her eldest children. Mark my words, the Titans will yet rule the cosmos.
Bob said.
The giants may not like that. Spit on what they like, Koios said. They've already passed through the doors of death anyway. Back to the mortal world. Polybites was the last one, not half an hour ago, still grumbling about missing his prey. Apparently some demigods he was after got swallowed by Nyx. Never see them again, I wager.
Annabeth gripped Percy's wrist. Through the death mist, he couldn't read her expression very well, but he saw the alarm in her eyes. If the giants had already passed through the doors, then at least they wouldn't be hunting through Tartarus for Percy and Annabeth. Unfortunately, that also meant their friends in the mortal world were in even greater danger. All of the earlier fights with the giants had been in vain. Their enemies would be reborn as strong as ever.
Well?
Koyos drew his massive sword. The blade radiated a cold deeper than the Hubbard Glacier.
I must be off. Leto should have regenerated by now. I will convince her to fight.
Of course, Bob murmured. Leto. Koyos laughed.
You've forgotten my daughter as well? I suppose it's been too long since you've seen her. The peaceful ones like her always take the longest to reform. This time, though, I'm sure Leto will fight for vengeance. The way Zeus treated her, after she bore him those fine twins? Outrageous!
Percy almost grunted out loud. The twins. He remembered the name Leto, the mother of Apollo and Artemis. This guy Koyos looked vaguely familiar because he had Artemis's cold eyes and Apollo's smile. The Titan was their grandfather, Leto's father. The idea gave Percy a migraine.
Well, I'll see you in the mortal world.
Koyos chest-bumped Bob, almost knocking the cat off his head.
Oh, and our two other brothers are guarding this side of the doors, so you'll see them soon enough.
I will?
Count on it.
Koyos lumbered off, almost knocking over Percy and Annabeth before they could scramble out of his way. Before the crowd of monsters could fill the empty space, Percy motioned for Bob to lean in.
You okay, big guy?
Percy whispered. Bob frowned. I do not know. In all this, he gestured around them, what is the meaning of okay? Fair point, Percy thought. Annabeth peered toward the doors of death, though the crowd of monsters blocked them from view. Did I hear correctly? 2 more Titans guarding our exit? That's not good. Percy looked at Bob. The Titan's distant expression worried him. Do you remember Koyos? He asked gently. All that stuff he was talking about? Bob gripped his broom.
When he told it, I remembered. He handed me my past like a spear. But I do not know if I should take it. Is it still mine, if I do not want it?
No, Annabeth said firmly. Bob, you're different now. You're better. The kitten jumped off Bob's head. He circled the Titan's feet, bumping his head against the Titan's pants cuffs. Bob didn't seem to notice. Percy wished he could be as certain as Annabeth. He wished he could tell Bob with absolute confidence that he should forget about his past. But Percy understood Bob's confusion. He remembered the day he'd opened his eyes at the Wolf House in California, his memory wiped clean by Hera. If somebody had been waiting for Percy when he first woke up, if they'd convinced Percy that his name was Bob, and he was a friend of the Titans and the Giants, would Percy have believed it? Would he have felt betrayed once he found out his true identity? This is different, he told himself. We're the good guys. But were they? Percy had left Bob in Hades's palace, at the mercy of a new master who hated him. Percy didn't feel like he had much right to tell Bob what to do now, even if their lives depended on it. I think you can choose, Bob, Percy ventured. Take the parts of Iapetus's past that you want to keep, leave the rest. Your future is what matters. Future, Bob mused. That is a mortal concept. I am not meant to change, Percy, friend. He gazed around him at the horde of monsters. We are the same, forever. If you were the same, Percy said, Annabeth and I would be dead already. Maybe we weren't meant to be friends, but we are. You've been the best friend we could ask for. Bob's silver eyes looked darker than usual. He held out his hand, and small Bob the kitten jumped into it. The Titan rose to his full height. Let us go then, friends.
Not much farther. Stomping on Tartarus's heart wasn't nearly as much fun as it sounded. The purplish ground was slippery and constantly pulsing. It looked flat from a distance, but up close it was made of folds and ridges that got harder to navigate the farther they walked. Gnarled lumps of red arteries and blue veins gave Percy some footholds when he had to climb, but the going was slow. And of course, the monsters were everywhere. Packs of hellhounds prowled the plains, baying and snarling and attacking any monster that dropped its guard. A rye wheeled overhead on leathery wings, making ghastly dark silhouettes in the poison clouds. Percy stumbled. His hand touched a red artery, and a tingling sensation went up his arm. "There's water in here," he said. "Actual water." Bob grunted. "One of the 5 rivers. His blood." "His blood?" Annabeth stepped away from the nearest clump of veins. "I knew the underworld rivers all emptied into Tartarus, but—" "Yes," Bob agreed. "They all flow through his heart." Percy traced his hand across a web of capillaries. Was the water of the Styx flowing beneath his fingers? Or maybe the Lethe? If one of those veins popped when he stepped on it... Percy shuddered. He realized he was taking a stroll across the most dangerous circulatory system in the universe. "We should hurry," Annabeth said. "If we can't—" Her voice trailed off. Ahead of them, jagged streaks of darkness tore through the air, like lightning, except pure black. "The doors," Bob said. "Must be a large group going through." Percy's mouth tasted like Gorgon's blood. Even if his friends from the Argo II managed to find the other side of the doors of death, how could they possibly fight the waves of monsters that were coming through, especially if all the giants were already waiting for them? "Do all the monsters go through the House of Hades?" he asked. "How big is that place?" Bob shrugged. "Perhaps they are sent elsewhere when they step through. The House of Hades is in the earth, yes? That is Gia's realm. She could send her minions wherever she wishes." Percy's spirits sank. Monsters coming through the doors of death to threaten his friends at Epirus. That was bad enough. Now, he imagined the ground on the mortal side as one big subway system, depositing giants and other nasties anywhere Gia wanted them to go. Camp Half-Blood, Camp Jupiter, or in the path of the Argo II, before it could even reach Epirus. "If Gia has that much power," Annabeth asked, "couldn't she control where we end up?" Percy really hated that question. Sometimes he wished Annabeth weren't so smart. Bob scratched his chin. "You are not monsters. It may be different for you." Great, Percy thought. He didn't relish the idea of Gia waiting for them on the other side, ready to teleport them into the middle of a mountain. But at least the doors were a chance to get out of Tartarus. It wasn't like they had a better option. Bob helped them over the top of another ridge. Suddenly, the doors of death were in plain view. A freestanding rectangle of darkness at the top of the next heart muscle hill, about a quarter-mile away, surrounded by a horde of monsters so thick Percy could have walked on their heads all the way across. The doors were still too far away to make out much detail, but the titans flanking either side were familiar enough. The one on the left wore shining golden armor that shimmered with heat. "Hyperion," Percy muttered. "That guy just won't stay dead." The one on the right wore dark blue armor, with ram's horns curling from the sides of his helmet. Percy had only seen him in dreams before, but it was definitely Krios, the titan that Jason had killed in the battle for Mount Tam. "Bob's other brothers," Annabeth said. The death mist shimmered around her, temporarily turning her face into a grinning skull. "Bob,
If you have to fight them, can you? Bob hefted his broom like he was ready for a messy cleaning job. We must hurry, he said, which Percy noticed wasn't really an answer. Follow me. Chapter 63. Percy. So far, their death mist camouflage plan seemed to be working, so naturally, Percy expected a massive last-minute fail. 50 feet from the doors of death, he and Annabeth froze. Oh gods, Annabeth murmured. They're the same. Percy knew what she meant. Framed in Stygian iron, the magical portal was a set of elevator doors. 2 panels of silver and black etched with Art Deco designs. Except for the fact that the colors were inverted, they looked exactly like the elevators in the Empire State Building, the entrance to Olympus. Seeing them, Percy felt so homesick he couldn't breathe. He didn't just miss Mount Olympus, he missed everything he'd left behind. New York City, Camp Half-Blood, his mom and stepdad. His eyes stung. He didn't trust himself to talk. The doors of death seemed like a personal insult designed to remind him of everything he couldn't have. As he got over his initial shock, he noticed other details. The frost spreading from the base of the doors, the purplish glow in the air around them, and the chains that held them fast. Cords of black iron ran down either side of the frame, like rigging lines on a suspension bridge. They were tethered to hooks embedded in the fleshy ground. The 2 titans, Krios and Hyperion, stood guard at the anchor points. As Percy watched, the entire frame shuddered. Black lightning flashed into the sky. The chains shook, and the titans planted their feet on the hooks to keep them secure. The doors slid open, revealing the gilded interior of an elevator car. Percy tensed, ready to charge forward, but Bob planted a hand on his shoulder. Wait, he cautioned. Hyperion yelled to the surrounding crowd. Group A-22, hurry up, you sluggards! A dozen Cyclopes rushed forward, waving little red tickets and shouting excitedly. They shouldn't have been able to fit inside those human-sized doors, but as the Cyclopes got close, their bodies distorted and shrank, the doors of death sucking them inside. The Titan Krios jabbed his thumb against the up button on the elevator's right side. The doors slid closed. The frame shuddered again. Dark lightning faded. You must understand how it works, Bob muttered. He addressed the kitten in his palm, maybe so the other monsters wouldn't wonder who he was talking to. Each time the doors open, they try to teleport to a new location. Thanatos made them this way, so only he could find them. But now they are chained. The doors cannot relocate. Then we cut the chains, Annabeth whispered. Percy looked at the blazing form of Hyperion. The last time he'd fought the Titan, it had taken every ounce of his strength. Even then, Percy had almost died. Now there were 2 Titans, with several thousand monsters for backup. Our camouflage, he said. Will it disappear if we do something aggressive, like cutting the chains? I do not know, Bob told his kitten. Meow, said small Bob. Bob, you'll have to distract them, Annabeth said. Percy and I will sneak around the 2 Titans and cut the chains from behind. Yes, fine, Bob said. But that is only one problem. Once you are inside the doors, someone must stay outside to push the button and defend it. Percy tried to swallow. Defend the button? Bob nodded, scratching his kitten under the chin. Someone must keep pressing the up button for 12 minutes, or the journey will not finish. Percy glanced at the doors. Sure enough, Krios still had his thumb jammed on the up button. 12 minutes. Somehow, they would have to get the Titans away from those doors. Then, Bob, Percy, or Annabeth would have to keep that button pushed for 12 long minutes in the middle of an army of monsters in the heart of Tartarus, while the other two rode to the mortal world. It was impossible. "Why 12 minutes?" Percy asked.
"I do not know," Bob said. "Why 12 Olympians or 12 Titans?"
"Fair enough," Percy said, though he had a bitter taste in his mouth. "What do you mean the journey won't finish?" Annabeth asked. "What happens to the passengers?" Bob didn't answer. Judging from his pained expression, Percy decided he didn't want to be in that elevator if the car stalled between Tartarus and the mortal world. "If we do push the button for 12 minutes, Percy said, "and the chains are cut—"
"The doors should reset," Bob said. "That is what they are supposed to do. They will disappear from Tartarus. They will appear somewhere else, where Gia cannot use them."
"Thanatos can reclaim them," Annabeth said. "Death goes back to normal, and the monsters lose their shortcut to the mortal world." Percy exhaled.
"Easy peasy. Except for, well, everything."
Small Bob purred.
"I will push the button," Bob volunteered.
A mix of feelings churned in Percy's gut. Grief, sadness, gratitude, and guilt thickening into emotional cement. "Bob, we can't ask you to do that. You want to go through the doors too. You want to see the sky again, and the stars, and—"
"I would like that," Bob agreed. "But someone must push the button, and once the chains are cut, my brethren will fight to stop your passage. They will not want the doors to disappear."
Percy gazed at the endless horde of monsters. Even if he let Bob make this sacrifice, how could one Titan defend himself against so many for 12 minutes, all while keeping his finger on a button? The cement settled in Percy's stomach. He had always suspected how this would end. He would have to stay behind. While Bob fended off the army, Percy would hold the elevator button and make sure Annabeth got to safety. Somehow, he had to convince her to go without him. As long as she was safe and the doors disappeared, he could die knowing he'd done something right. "Percy?" Annabeth stared at him, a suspicious edge to her voice. She was too smart. If he met her eyes, she would see exactly what he was thinking. "First things first," he said. "Let's cut those chains." Chapter 64. Percy.
"Iapetus!"
Hyperion bellowed.
"Well, well, I thought you were hiding under a cleaning bucket somewhere."
Bob lumbered forward, scowling.
"I was not hiding."
Percy crept toward the right side of the doors. Annabeth sneaked toward the left. The Titans gave no sign of noticing them, but Percy took no chances. He kept riptide in pen form. He crouched low, stepping as quietly as possible. The lesser monsters kept a respectful distance from the Titans, so there was enough empty space to maneuver around the doors. But Percy was keenly aware of the snarling mob at his back. Annabeth had decided to take the side Hyperion was guarding, on the theory that Hyperion was more likely to sense Percy. After all, Percy was the last one to have killed him in the mortal world. That was fine with Percy. After being in Tartarus for so long, he could barely look at Hyperion's burning golden armor without getting spots in his eyes. On Percy's side of the doors, Krios stood dark and silent, his ram's-headed helmet covering his face. He kept one foot planted on the chain's anchor and his thumb on the up button. Bob faced his brethren. He planted his spear and tried to look as fierce as possible with a kitten on his shoulder.
"Hyperion and Krios, I remember you both."
"Do you, Iapetus?" The Golden Titan laughed, glancing at Krios to share the joke. "Well, that's good to know. I heard Percy Jackson turned you into a brainwashed scullery maid. What did he rename you?"
Betty?
Bob, snarled Bob. Well, it's about time you showed up, Bob. Krios and I have been stuck here for weeks. Hours, Krios corrected, his voice a deep rumble inside his helmet. Whatever, Hyperion said. It's boring work, guarding these doors, shuffling monsters through at Gia's orders. Krios, what's our next group anyway?
Double Red,
said Krios. Hyperion sighed. The flames glowed hotter across his shoulders. Double Red? Why do we go from A-22 to Double Red? What kind of system is that? He glared at Bob. This is no job for me, the Lord of Light, Titan of the East, Master of Dawn. Why am I forced to wait in the darkness while the giants go into battle and get all the glory? Now, Krios I can understand.
I get all the worst assignments,
Krios muttered, his thumb still on the button. But me? Hyperion said. Ridiculous! This should be your job, Iapetus. Here, take my place for a while. Bob stared at the doors, but his gaze was distant, lost in the past.
The four of us held down our father Uranos,
he remembered.
Koios and me, and the two of you. Kronos promised us mastery of the four corners of the earth for helping with the murder.
Indeed, Hyperion said, and I was happy to do it. I would have wielded the scythe myself if I'd had the chance. But you, Bob, you were always conflicted about that killing, weren't you? The soft Titan of the West, soft as the sunset. Why our parents named you the Piercer, I will never know. More like the Whimper. Percy reached the anchor hook. He uncapped his pen and Riptide grew to full length. Krios didn't react. His attention was firmly fixed on Bob, who had just leveled the point of his spear at Hyperion's chest.
I can still pierce,
Bob said, his voice low and even.
You brag too much, Hyperion. You are bright and fiery, but Percy Jackson defeated you anyway. I hear you became a nice tree in Central Park.
Hyperion's eyes smoldered.
Careful, brother. At least a janitor's work is honest, Bob said. I clean up after others. I leave the palace better than I found it. But you do not care what messes you make. You followed Kronos blindly. Now you take orders from Gia.
She is our mother, Hyperion bellowed.
She did not wake for our war on Olympus, Bob recalled. She favors her second brood, the giants.
Krios grunted.
That's true enough. The children of the pit.
Both of you hold your tongues. Hyperion's voice was tinged with fear. You never know when he is listening. The elevator dinged. All three Titans jumped. Had it been 12 minutes? Percy had lost track of time. Krios took his finger off the button and called out,
Double Red? Where is Double Red?
Hordes of monsters stirred and jostled one another, but none of them came forward. Krios heaved a sigh.
I told them to hang on to their tickets. Double Red, you'll lose your place in the queue.
Annabeth was in position, right behind Hyperion. She raised her draken-bone sword over the base of the chains. In the fiery light of the Titan's armor, her death-mist disguise made her look like a burning ghoul. She held up 3 fingers, ready to count down. They had to cut the chains before the next group tried to take the elevator, but they also had to make sure the Titans were as distracted as possible. Hyperion muttered a curse. Just wonderful! This will completely mess up our schedule. He sneered at Bob. Make your choice, brother. Fight us or help us. I don't have time for your lectures. Bob glanced at Annabeth and Percy. Percy thought he might start a fight, but instead he raised the point of his spear.
Very well. I will take guard duty. Which of you wants a break first?
Me, of course, Hyperion said.
Me,
Krios snapped.
I've been holding that button so long, my thumb is going to fall off.
I've been standing here longer, Hyperion grumbled.
You two guard the doors while I go up to the mortal world. I have some Greek heroes to wreak vengeance upon. Oh no, Krios complained. That Roman boy is on his way to Epirus, the one who killed me on Mount Othrys. Got lucky he did. Now it's my turn.
Bah! Hyperion drew his sword. I'll gut you first, ramhead! Krios raised his own blade.
You can try, but I won't be stuck in this stinking pit any longer.
Annabeth caught Percy's eyes. She mouthed, 1, 2. Before he could strike the chains, a high-pitched whine pierced his ears, like the sound of an incoming rocket. Percy just had time to think, uh-oh. Then an explosion rocked the hillside. A wave of heat knocked Percy backward. Dark shrapnel ripped through Krios and Hyperion, shredding them as easily as wood in a chipper.
Stinking pit.
A hollow voice rolled across the plains, shaking the warm, fleshy ground. Bob staggered to his feet. Somehow, the explosion hadn't touched him. He swept his spear in front of him, trying to locate the source of the voice. Small Bob the kitten crawled into his coveralls. Annabeth had landed about 20 feet from the doors. When she stood, Percy was so relieved she was alive it took him a moment to realize she looked like herself. The death mist had evaporated. He looked at his own hands. His disguise was gone too.
Titans, said the voice disdainfully. Lesser beings, imperfect and weak.
In front of the doors of death, the air darkened and solidified. The being who appeared was so massive, radiating such pure malevolence, that Percy wanted to crawl away and hide. Instead, he forced his eyes to trace the god's form, starting with his black iron boots, each one as large as a coffin. His legs were covered in dark greaves, his flesh all thick purple muscle like the ground. His armored skirt was made from thousands of blackened, twisted bones, woven together like chain links, and clasped in place by a belt of interwoven monstrous arms. On the surface of the warrior's breastplate, murky faces appeared and submerged. Giants, cyclopes, gorgons, and drakens, all pressing against the armor as if trying to get out. The warrior's arms were bare, muscular, purple, and glistening. His hands as large as crane scoops. Worst of all was his head, a helmet of twisted rock and metal with no particular shape, just jagged spikes and pulsing patches of magma. His entire face was a whirlpool, an inward spiral of darkness. As Percy watched, the last particles of Titan essence from Hyperion and Krios were vacuumed into the warrior's maw. Somehow Percy found his voice. Tartarus. The warrior made a sound like a mountain cracking in half. A roar or a laugh, Percy couldn't be sure.
This form is only a small manifestation of my power, said the god. But it is enough to deal with you. I do not interfere lightly, little demigod. It is beneath me to deal with gnats such as yourself.
Percy's legs threatened to collapse under him. Don't, go to any trouble.
You have proven surprisingly resilient, Tartarus said. You have come too far. I can no longer stand by and watch your progress.
Tartarus spread his arms. Throughout the valley, thousands of monsters wailed and roared, clashing their weapons and bellowing in triumph. The doors of death shuddered in their chains.
"Be honored, little demigods,"
said the god of the pit.
"Even the Olympians were never worthy of my personal attention. But you will be destroyed by Tartarus himself."
Chapter 65. Frank. Frank was hoping for fireworks, or at least a big sign that read, "Welcome home." More than 3,000 years ago, his Greek ancestor, good old Periclymenus the Shapeshifter, had sailed east with the Argonauts. Centuries later, Periclymenus's descendants had served in the Eastern Roman legions. Then, through a series of misadventures, the family had ended up in China, finally immigrating to Canada in the 20th century. Now, Frank was back in Greece, which meant that the Zhang family had completely circled the globe. That seemed like cause for celebration, but the only welcoming committee was a flock of wild, hungry harpies who attacked the ship. Frank felt kind of bad as he shot them down with his bow. He kept thinking of Ella, their freakishly smart harpy friend from Portland. But these harpies weren't Ella. They gladly would have chewed Frank's face off, so he blasted them into clouds of dust and feathers. The Greek landscape below was just as inhospitable. The hills were strewn with boulders and stunted cedars, all shimmering in the hazy air. The sun beat down, as if trying to hammer the countryside into a celestial bronze shield. Even from 100 feet up, Frank could hear the drone of cicadas buzzing in the trees, a sleepy, otherworldly sound that made his eyes heavy. Even the dueling voices of the war god inside his head seemed to have dozed off. They had hardly bothered Frank at all since the crew had crossed into Greece. Sweat trickled down his neck. After being frozen below deck by that crazy snow goddess, Frank had thought he would never feel warm again. But now, the back of his shirt was soaked. "Hot and steamy," Leo grinned at the helm. "Makes me homesick for Houston. What do you say, Hazel? All we need now are some giant mosquitoes and it'll feel just like the Gulf Coast." "Thanks a lot, Leo," Hazel grumbled. "We'll probably get attacked by ancient Greek mosquito monsters now." Frank studied the two of them, quietly marveling how the tension between them had disappeared. Whatever had happened to Leo during his 5 days of exile, it had changed him. He still joked around, but Frank sensed something different about him, like a ship with a new keel. Maybe you couldn't see the keel, but you could tell it was there by the way the ship cut through the waves. Leo didn't seem so intent on teasing Frank. He chatted more easily with Hazel, not stealing those wistful, mooning glances that had always made Frank uncomfortable. Hazel had diagnosed the problem privately to Frank. "He met someone." Frank was incredulous.
"How? Where? How could you possibly know?"
Hazel smiled. "I just do." As if she were a child of Venus rather than Pluto. Frank didn't get it. Of course, he was relieved that Leo wasn't hitting on his girl, but Frank was also kind of worried about Leo. Sure, they'd had their differences, but after all they'd been through together, Frank didn't want to see Leo get his heart broken.
"There!"
Nico's voice shook Frank out of his thoughts. As usual, D'Angelo was perched atop the foremast. He pointed toward a glittering green river snaking through the hills, a kilometer away.
"Maneuver us that way. We're close to the temple. Very close."
As if to prove his point, black lightning ripped through the sky, leaving dark spots before Frank's eyes and making the hairs on his arms stand up. Jason strapped on his sword belt. "Everyone arm yourself. Leo, get us close, but don't land. No more contact with the ground than necessary. Piper, Hazel, get the mooring ropes. On it, Piper said. Hazel gave Frank a peck on the cheek and ran to help. Frank, Jason called. Get below and find Coach Hedge. Yep. He climbed downstairs and headed for Hedge's cabin. As he neared the door, he slowed down. He didn't want to surprise the satyr with any loud noises. Coach Hedge had a habit of jumping into the gangway with his baseball bat if he thought attackers were on board. Frank had almost gotten his head taken off a couple of times on his way to the bathroom. He raised his hand to knock. Then he realized the door was cracked open. He heard Coach Hedge talking inside. Come on, babe, the satyr said. You know it's not like that. Frank froze. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he wasn't sure what to do. Hazel had mentioned being worried about the coach. She'd insisted something was bothering him, but Frank hadn't thought much of it until now. He'd never heard the coach talk so gently. Usually, the only sounds Frank heard from the coach's cabin were sporting events on the TV, or the coach yelling, "Yeah, get 'em!" as he watched his favorite martial arts movies. Frank was pretty sure the coach wouldn't be calling Chuck Norris babe. Another voice spoke, female, but barely audible, like it was coming from a long way away. I will, Coach Hedge promised, but, we're going into battle. He cleared his throat. And it may get ugly. You just stay safe. I'll get back. Honest. Frank couldn't stand it anymore. He knocked loudly. Hey, Coach? The talking stopped. Frank counted to 6. The door flew open. Coach Hedge stood there scowling, his eyes bloodshot, like he'd been watching too much TV. He wore his usual baseball cap and gym shorts, with a leather cuirass over his shirt and a whistle hanging from his neck, maybe in case he wanted to call a foul against the monster armies. Jong, what do you want? We're getting ready for battle. We need you above deck. The coach's goatee quivered. Yeah, course you do. He sounded strangely unexcited about the prospect of a fight. I didn't mean to... I heard you talking, Frank stammered. Were you sending an iris message? Hedge looked like he might smack Frank in the face, or at least blow the whistle really loud. Then his shoulders slumped. He heaved a sigh and turned inside, leaving Frank standing awkwardly in the doorway. The coach plopped down on his berth. He cupped his chin in his hand and stared glumly around his cabin. The place looked like a college dorm room after a hurricane. The floor strewn with laundry, maybe for wearing, maybe for snacks. It was hard to tell with satyrs. DVDs and dirty dishes scattered around the TV on the dresser. Every time the ship tilted, a mismatched herd of sports equipment rolled across the floor. Footballs, basketballs, baseballs, and for some reason, a single billiard ball. Tufts of goat hair floated through the air and collected under the furniture in clumps. Dust goats? Goat bunnies? On the coach's nightstand sat a bowl of water, a stack of golden drachmas, a flashlight, and glass prism for making rainbows. The coach had obviously come prepared to make a lot of iris messages. Frank remembered what Piper had told him about the coach's cloud nymph girlfriend who worked for Piper's dad. What was the girlfriend's name? Melinda? Millicent? No, Melly. Is your girlfriend Melly all right? Frank ventured. None of your business, the coach snapped. Okay. Hedge rolled his eyes. Fine, if you must know, yes, I was talking to Melly, but she's not my girlfriend anymore. Oh, Frank's heart sank. You broke up? No, you dolt. We got married. She's my wife. Frank would have been less stunned if the coach had smacked him. Coach, that's great.
When? How?
None of your business, he yelled again.
All right.
End of May, the coach said, just before the Argo II sailed. We didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Frank felt like the ship was tilting again, but it must have been just him. The herd of wild sports equipment stayed put against the far wall. All this time the coach had been married? In spite of being a newlywed, he'd agreed to come on this quest. No wonder Hedge made so many calls back home. No wonder he was so cranky and belligerent. Still, Frank sensed there was more going on. The coach's tone during the Iris message made it sound like they were discussing a problem.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Frank said. But is she okay?
It was a private conversation.
Yeah, you're right.
Fine, I'll tell you. Hedge plucked some fur off his thigh and let it float through the air. She took a break from her job in L.A., went to Camp Half-Blood for the summer, because we figured... His voice cracked. We figured it would be safer. Now she's stuck there with the Romans about to attack. She's pretty scared. Frank became very aware of the Centurion badge on his shirt, the SPQR tattoo on his forearm.
Sorry, he murmured. But if she's a cloud spirit, couldn't she just, float away?
The coach curled his fingers around the grip of his baseball bat. Normally, yeah. But see, she's in a delicate condition. It wouldn't be safe.
A delicate...
Frank's eyes widened.
She's going to have a baby? You're going to be a dad?
Shout it a little louder, Hedge grumbled. I don't think they heard you in Croatia. Frank couldn't help grinning.
But, Coach, that's awesome. A little baby satyr? Or maybe a nymph? You'll be a fantastic dad.
Frank wasn't sure why he felt that way, considering the coach's love of baseball bats and roundhouse kicks. But he was sure. Coach Hedge scowled even deeper. The war's coming, Zhang. Nowhere is safe. I should be there for Melly. If I gotta die somewhere...
Hey, nobody's going to die,
Frank said. Hedge met his eyes. Frank could tell the coach didn't believe it. Always had a soft spot for children of Ares, Hedge muttered. Or Mars, whichever. Maybe that's why I'm not pulverizing you for asking so many questions.
But I wasn't...
Fine, I'll tell you. Hedge sighed again. Back when I was on my first assignment as a seeker, I was way out in Arizona. Brought in this kid named Clarice.
Clarice?
Sibling of yours, Hedge said. Ares kid. Violent, rude, lots of potential. Anyway, while I was out, I had this dream about my mom. She was a cloud nymph like Melly. I dreamed she was in trouble and needed my help right away. But I said to myself, nah, it's just a dream. Who would hurt a sweet old cloud nymph? Besides, I gotta get this half-blood to safety. So I finished my mission, brought Clarice to Camp Half-Blood. Afterward, I went looking for my mom. I was too late. Frank watched the tuft of goat hair settle on top of a basketball.
What happened to her?
Hedge shrugged. No idea. Never saw her again. Maybe if I'd been there for her, if I'd got back sooner. Frank wanted to say something comforting, but he wasn't sure what. He had lost his mom in the war in Afghanistan, and he knew how empty the words, I'm sorry, could sound.
You were doing your job,
Frank offered.
You saved a demigod's life.
Hedge grunted. Now my wife and my unborn kid are in danger, halfway across the world, and I can't do anything to help.
You are doing something, Frank said. We're over here to stop the giants from waking Gia. That's the best way we can keep our friends safe.
Yeah, I suppose. Frank wished he could do more to lift Hedge's spirits, but this talk was making him worry about everyone he'd left behind. He wondered who was defending Camp Jupiter now that the Legion had marched east, especially with all the monsters Gia was unleashing from the doors of death. He worried about his friends in the 5th cohort and how they must be feeling as Octavian ordered them to march on Camp Half-Blood. Frank wanted to be back there, if only to stuff a teddy bear down the throat of that slime ball augur. The ship listed forward. The herd of sports equipment rolled under the coach's berth. "We're descending," said Hedge. "We'd better get above."
"Yeah,"
Frank said, his voice hoarse. "You're a nosy Roman, Zhang."
"But—"
"Come on," Hedge said. "And not a word about this to the others, you blabbermouth." As the others made fast the aerial moorings, Leo grabbed Frank and Hazel by the arms. He dragged them to the aft ballista. "Okay, here's the plan." Hazel narrowed her eyes. "I hate your plans." "I need that piece of magic firewood," Leo said. "Snappy." Frank nearly choked on his own tongue. Hazel backed away, instinctively covering her coat pocket. "Leo, you can't—" "I found a solution." Leo turned to Frank. "It's your call, big guy, but I can protect you." Frank thought about how many times he'd seen Leo's fingers burst into flame. One false move, and Leo could incinerate the piece of tinder that controlled Frank's life. But for some reason, Frank wasn't terrified. Since facing down the cow monsters in Venice, Frank had barely thought about his fragile lifeline. Yes, the smallest bit of fire might kill him, but he'd also survived some impossible things and made his dad proud. Frank had decided that whatever his fate was, he wouldn't worry about it. He would just do the best he could to help his friends. Besides, Leo sounded serious. His eyes were still full of that weird melancholy, like he was in two places at once, but nothing about his expression indicated any kind of joke.
"Go ahead, Hazel,"
Frank said. "But—" Hazel took a deep breath. "Okay." She took out the piece of firewood and handed it to Leo. In Leo's hands, it wasn't much bigger than a screwdriver. The tinder was still charred on one side, from where Frank had used it to burn through the icy chains that had imprisoned the god Thanatos in Alaska. From a pocket of his tool belt, Leo produced a piece of white cloth. "Behold!" Frank scowled.
"A handkerchief?"
"A surrender flag?" Hazel guessed. "No, unbelievers," Leo said. "This is a pouch woven from seriously cool fabric. A gift from a friend of mine." Leo slipped the firewood into the pouch and pulled it closed with a tie of bronze thread. "The drawstring was my idea," Leo said proudly. "It took some work lacing that into the fabric, but the pouch won't open unless you want it to. The fabric breathes just like regular cloth, so the firewood isn't any more sealed up than it would be in Hazel's coat pocket." Hazel said. "How is that an improvement, then?" "Hold this so I don't give you a heart attack." Leo tossed the pouch to Frank, who almost fumbled it. Leo summoned a white-hot ball of fire into his right hand. He held his left forearm over the flames, grinning as they licked the sleeve of his jacket. "See?" he said. "It doesn't burn." Frank didn't like to argue with a guy who was holding a ball of fire, but he said,
You're immune to flames."
Leo rolled his eyes. "Yeah, but I have to concentrate if I don't want my clothes to burn, and I'm not concentrating, see? This is totally fireproof cloth, which means your firewood won't burn in that pouch." Hazel looked unconvinced. "How can you be sure?" "Sheesh, tough audience." Leo shut off the fire. "Guess there's only one way to persuade you." He held out his hand to Frank.
No.
Frank backed off. Suddenly, all those brave thoughts about accepting his fate seemed far away.
"That's okay, Leo. Thanks, but I can't."
Man, you gotta trust me. Frank's heart raced. Did he trust Leo? Well, sure, with an engine, with a practical joke, but with his life? He remembered the day they had gotten stuck in the underground workshop in Rome. Gia had promised they would die in that room. Leo had promised he would get Hazel and Frank out of the trap, and he'd done it. Now, Leo spoke with the same kind of confidence. Okay. Frank handed Leo the pouch. Try not to kill me. Leo's hand blazed. The pouch didn't blacken or burn. Frank waited for something to go horribly wrong. He counted to 20, but he was still alive. He felt as if a block of ice was melting just behind his sternum, a frozen chunk of fear he'd gotten so used to he didn't even think about it until it was gone. Leo extinguished his fire. He wriggled his eyebrows at Frank. Who's your best buddy? Don't answer that, Hazel said. But, Leo, that was amazing. It was, wasn't it? Leo agreed. So, who wants to take this newly ultra-safe piece of firewood? I'll keep it, Frank said. Hazel pursed her lips. She looked down, maybe so Frank wouldn't see the hurt in her eyes. She'd protected that firewood for him through a lot of hard battles. It was a sign of trust between them, a symbol of their relationship. Hazel, it's not about you, Frank said, as gently as he could. I can't explain, but I have a feeling I'm going to need to step up when we're in the House of Hades. I need to carry my own burden. Hazel's golden eyes were full of concern. I understand. I worry. Leo tossed Frank the pouch. Frank tied it around his belt. He felt strange carrying his fatal weakness so openly, after months of keeping it hidden. And Leo, he said. Thanks. It seemed inadequate for the gift Leo had given him, but Leo grinned. What are genius friends for? Hey, guys, Piper called from the bow. Better get over here. You need to see this. They'd found the source of the dark lightning. The Argo II hovered directly over the river. A few 100 meters away, at the top of the nearest hill, stood a cluster of ruins. They didn't look like much, just some crumbling walls encircling the limestone shells of a few buildings. But from somewhere within the ruins, tendrils of black ether curled into the sky, like a smoky squid peeking from its cave. As Frank watched, a bolt of dark energy ripped through the air, rocking the ship and sending a cold shockwave across the landscape. The Necromantion, Nico said. The House of Hades. Frank steadied himself at the rail. He supposed it was too late to suggest turning back. He was starting to feel nostalgic about the monsters he'd fought in Rome. Heck, chasing poison cows through Venice had been more appealing than this place. Piper hugged her arms. I feel vulnerable floating up here like this. Couldn't we set down in the river? I wouldn't, Hazel said. That's the River Acheron. Jason squinted in the sunlight. I thought the Acheron was in the underworld. It is, Hazel said, but its headwaters are in the mortal world. That river below us, eventually it flows underground, straight into the realm of Pluto, Hades. Landing a demigod ship on those waters. Yeah, let's stay up here, Leo decided. I don't want any zombie water on my hull. Half a kilometer downstream, some fishing boats were puttering along. Frank guessed they didn't know or care about the history of this river. Must be nice, being a regular mortal. Next to Frank, Nico d'Angelo raised the scepter of Diocletian. Its orb glowed with purple light, as if in sympathy with the dark storm. Roman relic or not, the scepter troubled Frank. If it really had the power to summon a legion of the dead, well, Frank wasn't sure that was such a great idea. Jason had once told him that the children of Mars had a similar ability, Supposedly, Frank could call on ghostly soldiers from the losing side of any war to serve him. He'd never had much luck with that power, probably because it freaked him out too much. He was worried he might become one of those ghosts if they lost this war, eternally doomed to pay for his failures, assuming there was anyone left to summon him.
So, Nico,
Frank gestured at the scepter.
have you learned to use that thing?
We'll find out. Nico stared at the tendrils of darkness undulating from the ruins. I don't intend to try until I have to. The doors of death are already working overtime bringing in Gia's monsters. Any more activity raising the dead, and the doors might shatter permanently, leaving a rip in the mortal world that can't be closed. Coach Hedge grunted. I hate rips in the world. Let's go bust some monster heads. Frank looked at the satyr's grim expression. Suddenly, he had an idea.
Coach, you should stay on board. Cover us with the ballistae.
Hedge frowned. Stay behind? Me? I'm your best soldier.
We might need air support, Frank said, like we did in Rome. You saved our brachy. He didn't add, plus, I'd like you to get back to your wife and baby alive.
Hedge apparently got the message. His scowl relaxed. Relief showed in his eyes. Well, he grumbled, I suppose somebody's got to save your brachy. Jason clapped the coach on the shoulder. Then he gave Frank an appreciative nod. So that's settled. Everybody else, let's get to the ruins. Time to crash Gia's party. Chapter 66. Frank. Despite the midday heat and the raging storm of death energy, a group of tourists was climbing over the ruins. Fortunately, there weren't many, and they didn't give the demigods a second look. After the crowds in Rome, Frank had stopped worrying too much about getting noticed. If they could fly their warship into the Roman Colosseum with ballistae blazing and not even cause a traffic slowdown, he figured they could get away with anything. Nico led the way. At the top of the hill, they climbed over an old retaining wall and down into an excavated trench. Finally, they arrived at a stone doorway leading straight into the side of the hill. The death storm seemed to originate right above their heads. Looking up at the swirling tentacles of darkness, Frank felt like he was trapped at the bottom of a flushing toilet bowl. That really didn't calm his nerves. Nico faced the group. From here it gets tough. Sweet, Leo said, 'cause so far I've totally been pulling my punches. Nico glared at him. We'll see how long you keep your sense of humor. Remember, this is where pilgrims came to commune with dead ancestors. Underground, you may see things that are hard to look at, or hear voices trying to lead you astray in the tunnels. Frank, do you have the barley cakes?
What?
Frank had been thinking about his grandmother and his mom, wondering if they might appear to him. For the first time in days, the voices of Ares and Mars had started to argue again in the back of Frank's mind, debating their favorite forms of violent death. I've got the cakes, Hazel said. She pulled out the magical barley crackers they'd made from the grain Triptolemus had given them in Venice. Eat up, Nico advised. Frank chewed his cracker of death and tried not to gag. It reminded him of a cookie made with sawdust instead of sugar. Yum, Piper said. Even the daughter of Aphrodite couldn't avoid making a face. Okay. Nico choked down the last of his barley. That should protect us from the poison. Poison? Leo asked. Did I miss the poison? 'Cause I love poison. Soon enough, Nico promised. Just stick close together, and maybe we can avoid getting lost or going insane. On that happy note, Nico led them underground. The tunnel spiraled gently downward, the ceiling supported by white stone arches that reminded Frank of a whale's rib cage. As they walked, Hazel ran her hands along the masonry. This wasn't part of a temple, she whispered. "This was the basement for a manor house, built in later Greek times." Frank found it eerie how Hazel could tell so much about an underground place just by being there. He'd never known her to be mistaken.
"A manor house?"
he asked.
"Please don't tell me we're in the wrong place."
"The House of Hades is below us," Nico assured him. "But Hazel's right. These upper levels are much newer. When the archaeologists first excavated this site, they thought they'd found the Necromantion. Then they realized the ruins were too recent, so they decided it was the wrong spot. They were right the first time. They just didn't dig deep enough."
They turned a corner and stopped. In front of them, the tunnel ended in a huge block of stone. "A cave-in?" Jason asked.
"A test," Nico said. "Hazel, would you do the honors?"
Hazel stepped forward. She placed her hand on the rock and the entire boulder crumbled to dust. The tunnel shuddered. Cracks spread across the ceiling. For a terrifying moment, Frank imagined they'd all be crushed under tons of earth. A disappointing way to die after all they'd been through. Then the rumbling stopped. The dust settled. A set of stairs curved deeper into the earth, the barreled ceiling held up by more repeating arches, closer together and carved from polished black stone. The descending arches made Frank feel dizzy, as if he were looking into an endlessly reflecting mirror. Painted on the walls were crude pictures of black cattle marching downward.
"I really don't like cows," Piper muttered.
"Agreed," Frank said.
"Those are the cattle of Hades," Nico said. "It's just a symbol of—"
"Look,"
Frank pointed.
On the first step of the stairwell, a golden chalice gleamed. Frank was pretty sure it hadn't been there a moment before. The cup was full of dark green liquid.
"Hooray," Leo said half-heartedly. "I suppose that's our poison."
Nico picked up the chalice.
"We're standing at the ancient entrance of the Necromantion. Odysseus came here, and dozens of other heroes, seeking advice from the dead."
"Did the dead advise them to leave immediately?" Leo asked. "I would be fine with that," Piper admitted. Nico drank from the chalice, then offered it to Jason.
"You asked me about trust and taking a risk? Well, here you go, son of Jupiter. How much do you trust me?"
Frank wasn't sure what Nico was talking about, but Jason didn't hesitate. He took the cup and drank. They passed it around, each taking a sip of poison. As he waited his turn, Frank tried to keep his legs from shaking and his gut from churning. He wondered what his grandmother would say if she could see him.
"Stupid Fai Zhang," she would probably scold. "If all your friends were drinking poison, would you do it too?"
Frank went last. The taste of the green liquid reminded him of spoiled apple juice. He drained the chalice. It turned to smoke in his hands. Nico nodded, apparently satisfied.
"Congratulations. Assuming the poison doesn't kill us, we should be able to find our way through the Necromantion's first level."
"Just the first level?" Piper asked. Nico turned to Hazel and gestured at the stairs.
"After you, sister."
In no time, Frank felt completely lost. The stairs split in 3 different directions. As soon as Hazel chose a path, the stairs split again. They wound their way through interconnecting tunnels and rough-hewn burial chambers that all looked the same, the walls carved with dusty niches that might once have held bodies. The arches over the doors were painted with black cows, white poplar trees, and owls. "I thought the owl was Minerva's symbol," Jason murmured.
"The screech owl is one of Hades' sacred animals," Nico said. "Its cry is a bad omen."
"This way." Hazel pointed to a doorway that looked the same as all the others. "It's the only one that won't collapse on us." "Good choice, then," Leo said. Frank began to feel like he was leaving the world of the living. His skin tingled,
and he wondered if it was a side effect of the poison. The pouch with his firewood seemed heavier on his belt. In the eerie glow of their magic weapons, his friends looked like flickering ghosts. Cold air brushed against his face. In his mind, Ares and Mars had gone silent, but Frank thought he heard other voices whispering in the side corridors, beckoning him to veer off course, to come closer and listen to them speak. Finally, they reached an archway carved in the shape of human skulls. Or maybe they were human skulls embedded in the rock. In the purple light of Diocletian's scepter, the hollow eye sockets seemed to blink. Frank almost hit the ceiling when Hazel put a hand on his arm. "This is the entrance to the second level," she said. "I'd better take a look." Frank hadn't even realized that he'd moved in front of the doorway.
Yeah.
He made way for her. Hazel traced her fingers across the carved skulls. "No traps on the doorway, but something is strange here. My underground sense is fuzzy, like someone is working against me, hiding what's ahead of us."
"The sorceress that Hecate warned you about?" Jason guessed. "The one Leo saw in his dream? What was her name?"
Hazel chewed her lip. "It would be safer not to say her name, but stay alert. One thing I'm sure of, from this point on, the dead are stronger than the living." Frank wasn't sure how she knew that, but he believed her. The voices in the darkness seemed to whisper louder. He caught glimpses of movement in the shadows. From the way his friends' eyes darted around, he guessed they were seeing things too.
"Where are the monsters?" he wondered aloud. "I thought Gia had an army guarding the doors."
"Don't know," Jason said. His pale skin looked as green as the poison from the chalice.
"At this point, I'd almost prefer a straight-up fight."
"Careful what you wish for, man." Leo summoned a ball of fire to his hand, and for once, Frank was glad to see the flames. "Personally, I'm hoping nobody's home. We walk in, find Percy and Annabeth, destroy the doors of death, and walk out. Maybe stop at the gift shop."
"Yeah,"
Frank said.
"that'll happen."
The tunnel shook. Rubble rained down from the ceiling. Hazel grabbed Frank's hand. "That was close," she muttered. "These passageways won't take much more." "The doors of death just opened again," Nico said. "It's happening like every 15 minutes, Piper noted. "Every 12, Nico corrected, though he didn't explain how he knew. "We'd better hurry. Percy and Annabeth are close. They're in danger. I can sense it." As they traveled deeper, the corridors widened. The ceilings rose to 6 meters high, decorated with elaborate paintings of owls in the branches of white poplars. The extra space should have made Frank feel better, but all he could think about was the tactical situation. The tunnels were big enough to accommodate large monsters, even giants. There were blind corners everywhere, perfect for ambushes. Their group could be flanked or surrounded easily. They would have no good options for retreat. All of Frank's instincts told him to get out of these tunnels. If no monsters were visible, that just meant they were hiding, waiting to spring a trap. Even though Frank knew that, there wasn't much he could do about it. They had to find the doors of death. Leo held his fire close to the walls. Frank saw ancient Greek graffiti scratched into the stone. He couldn't read ancient Greek, but he guessed they were prayers or supplications to the dead, written by pilgrims thousands of years ago. The tunnel floor was littered with ceramic shards and silver coins. "Offerings?" Piper guessed. "Yes," Nico said. "If you wanted your ancestors to appear, you had to make an offering." "Let's not make an offering," Jason suggested. Nobody argued. "The tunnel from here is unstable," Hazel warned. "The floor might... Well, just follow me. Step exactly where I step." She made her way forward. Frank walked right behind her, not because he felt particularly brave, but because he wanted to be close if Hazel needed his help. The voices of the war god were arguing again in his ears. He could sense danger, very close now. Fai Zhang. He stopped cold. That voice, it wasn't Ares or Mars. It seemed to come from right next to him, like someone whispering in his ear. Frank? Jason whispered behind him. Hazel, hold up a second. Frank, what's wrong?
Nothing,
Frank murmured.
I just...
Pylos, the voice said. I await you in Pylos. Frank felt like the poison was bubbling back up his throat. He'd been scared plenty of times before. He'd even faced the god of death. But this voice terrified him in a different way. It resonated right down to his bones, as if it knew everything about him. His curse, his history, his future. His grandmother had always been big on honoring the ancestors. It was a Chinese thing. You had to appease ghosts. You had to take them seriously. Frank always thought his grandmother's superstitions were silly. Now he changed his mind. He had no doubt. The voice that spoke to him was one of his ancestors. Frank, don't move. Hazel sounded alarmed. He looked down and realized he'd been about to step out of line. To survive, you must lead, the voice said. At the break, you must take charge.
Lead where?
He asked aloud. Then the voice was gone. Frank could feel its absence, as if the humidity had suddenly dropped. Big guy? Leo said. Could you not freak out on us? Please and thank you. Frank's friends were all looking at him with concern.
I'm okay,
he managed.
Just a voice.
Nico nodded. I did warn you. It'll only get worse. We should... Hazel held up her hand for silence. Wait here, everybody. Frank didn't like it, but she forged ahead alone. He counted to 23 before she came back, her face drawn and pensive. Scary room ahead, she warned. Don't panic. Those two things don't go together, Leo murmured, but they followed Hazel into the cavern. The place was like a circular cathedral, with a ceiling so high it was lost in the gloom. Dozens of other tunnels led off in different directions, each echoing with ghostly voices. The thing that made Frank nervous was the floor. It was a gruesome mosaic of bones and gems, human femurs, hip bones, and ribs, twisted and fused together into a smooth surface, dotted with diamonds and rubies. The bones formed patterns, like skeletal contortionists tumbling together, curling to protect the precious stones, a dance of death and riches. Touch nothing, Hazel said. Wasn't planning on it, Leo muttered. Jason scanned the exits. Which way now? For once, Nico looked uncertain. This should be the room where the priests invoked the most powerful spirits. One of these passages leads deeper into the temple, to the third level and the altar of Hades himself. But which?
That one.
Frank pointed. In a doorway at the opposite end of the room, a ghostly Roman legionnaire beckoned to them. His face was misty and indistinct, but Frank got the feeling the ghost was looking directly at him. Hazel frowned. Why that one?
You don't see the ghost?
Frank asked. Ghost? Nico asked. Okay, if Frank was seeing a ghost that the underworld kids couldn't see, something was definitely wrong. He felt like the floor was vibrating underneath him. Then he realized it was vibrating.
We need to get to that exit, he said. Now!
Hazel almost had to tackle him to restrain him. Wait, Frank! This floor is not stable, and underneath, well, I'm not sure what's underneath. I need to scout a safe path. Hurry then, he urged. He drew his bow and herded Hazel along as fast as he dared. Leo scrambled behind him to provide light. The others guarded the rear. Frank could tell he was scaring his friends, but he couldn't help it. He knew in his gut they had only seconds before... In front of them, the Legionnaire ghost vaporized. The cavern reverberated with monstrous roars. Dozens, maybe hundreds of enemies coming from every direction. Frank recognized the throaty bellow of the Earthborn, the screech of griffins, the guttural war cries of Cyclopes. All sounds he remembered from the Battle of New Rome, amplified underground, echoing in his head even louder than the war gods' voices. Hazel, don't stop, Nico ordered. He pulled the scepter of Diocletian from his belt. Piper and Jason drew their swords as the monsters spilled into the cavern. A vanguard of 6 armed Earthborn threw a volley of stones that shattered the bone and jewel floor like ice. A fissure spread across the center of the room, coming straight toward Leo and Hazel. No time for caution. Frank tackled his friends, and the 3 of them skidded across the cavern, landing at the edge of the ghost's tunnel as rocks and spears flew overhead. Go! Frank yelled. Go, go! Hazel and Leo scrambled into the tunnel, which seemed to be the only one free of monsters. Frank wasn't sure that was a good sign. 2 meters in, Leo turned. The others! The entire cavern shuddered. Frank looked back and his courage crumbled to dust. Dividing the cavern was a new 15-meter-wide chasm, spanned only by 2 rickety stretches of bone flooring. The bulk of the monster army was on the opposite side, howling in frustration and throwing whatever they could find, including each other. Some attempted to cross the bridges, which creaked and crackled under their weight. Jason, Piper, and Nico stood on the near side of the chasm, which was good, but they were surrounded by a ring of Cyclopes and hellhounds. More monsters kept pouring in from the side corridors, while griffins wheeled overhead, undeterred by the crumbling floor. The 3 demigods would never make it to the tunnel. Even if Jason tried to fly them, they'd be shot out of the air. Frank remembered the voice of his ancestor. At the break, you must take charge. We have to help them, Hazel said. Frank's mind raced, doing battle calculations. He saw exactly what would happen, where and when his friends would be overwhelmed, how all 6 of them would die here in this cavern, unless Frank changed the equation. Nico! He yelled. The scepter! Nico raised Diocletian's scepter, and the cavern air shimmered purple. Ghosts climbed from the fissure and seeped from the walls, an entire Roman legion in full battle gear. They began taking on physical form, like walking corpses, but they seemed confused. Jason yelled in Latin, ordering them to form ranks and attack. The undead just shuffled among the monsters, causing momentary confusion, but that wouldn't last. Frank turned to Hazel and Leo. You 2 keep going. Hazel's eyes widened. What? No! You have to. It was the hardest thing Frank had ever done, but he knew it was the only choice. Find the doors. Save Annabeth and Percy. But... Leo glanced over Frank's shoulder. Hit the deck! Frank dove for cover as a volley of rocks slammed overhead. When he managed to get up, coughing and covered in dust, the entrance to the tunnel was gone. An entire section of wall had collapsed, leaving a slope of smoking rubble. Hazel! Frank's voice broke. He had to hope she and Leo were alive on the other side. He couldn't afford to think otherwise. Anger swelled in his chest. He turned and charged toward the monster army. Chapter 67. Frank. Frank was no expert on ghosts, but the dead legionnaires must have all been demigods, because they were totally ADHD. They clawed their way out of the pit, then milled about aimlessly, chest-bumping each other for no apparent reason, pushing one another back into the chasm, shooting arrows into the air as if trying to kill flies, and occasionally, out of sheer luck, throwing a javelin, a sword, or an ally in the direction of the enemy. Meanwhile, the army of monsters got thicker and angrier. Earthborn threw volleys of stones that plowed into the zombie legionnaires, crushing them like paper. Female demons with mismatched legs and fiery hair, Frank guessed they were Empusai, gnashed their fangs and shouted orders at the other monsters. A dozen cyclopes advanced on the crumbling bridges, while seal-shaped humanoids, telkines like Frank had seen in Atlanta, lobbed vials of Greek fire across the chasm. There were even some wild centaurs in the mix, shooting flaming arrows and trampling their smaller allies underhoof. In fact, most of the enemy seemed to be armed with some kind of fiery weapon. Despite his new fireproof pouch, Frank found that extremely uncool. He pushed through the crowd of dead Romans, shooting down monsters until his arrows were spent, slowly making his way toward his friends. A little late, he realized, he should turn into something big and powerful, like a bear or a dragon. As soon as the thought occurred, pain flared in his arm. He stumbled, looked down, and was incredulous to find an arrow shaft protruding from his left biceps. His sleeve was soaked with blood. The sight made him dizzy. Mostly, it made him angry. He tried to turn into a dragon, with no luck. The pain made it too hard to focus. Maybe he couldn't change shape while wounded. Great, he thought. Now I find out. He dropped his bow and picked up a sword from a fallen. Well, he actually wasn't sure what it was. Some sort of reptilian lady warrior with snake trunks instead of legs. He slashed his way forward, trying to ignore the pain and the blood dripping down his arm. About 5 meters ahead, Nico was swinging his black sword with one hand, holding the scepter of Diocletian aloft with the other. He kept shouting orders at the legionnaires, but they paid him no attention. Of course not, Frank thought. He's Greek. Jason and Piper stood at Nico's back. Jason summoned gusts of wind to blast aside javelins and arrows. He deflected a vial of Greek fire right up the throat of a griffin, which burst into flames and spiraled into the pit. Piper put her new sword to good use, while spraying food from the cornucopia in her other hand, using hams, chickens, apples, and oranges as interceptor missiles. The air above the chasm turned into a fireworks show of flaming projectiles, exploding rocks, and fresh produce. Still, Frank's friends couldn't hold out forever. Jason's face was already beaded with sweat. He kept shouting in Latin, "Form ranks!" But the dead legionnaires wouldn't listen to him either. Some of the zombies were helpful just by standing in the way, blocking monsters and taking fire. If they kept getting mowed down, though, there wouldn't be enough of them left to organize. "Make way!" Frank shouted. To his surprise, the dead legionnaires parted for him. The closest ones turned and stared at him with blank eyes, as if waiting for further orders. "Oh, great," Frank mumbled. In Venice, Mars had warned him that his true test of leadership was coming. Frank's ghostly ancestor had urged him to take charge, but if these dead Romans wouldn't listen to Jason, why should they listen to him? Because he was a child of Mars, or maybe because... The truth hit him. Jason wasn't quite Roman anymore. His time at Camp Half-Blood had changed him. Reyna had recognized that. Apparently, so did the undead legionnaires. If Jason no longer gave off the right sort of vibe or aura of a Roman leader... Frank made it to his friends as a wave of cyclopes crashed into them. He lifted his sword to parry a Cyclops' club, then stabbed the monster in the leg, sending him backward into the pit. Another one charged. Frank managed to impale him, but blood loss was making him weak. His vision blurred. His ears rang. He was dimly aware of Jason on his left flank, deflecting the incoming missiles with wind. Piper on his right, yelling charm-speak commands, encouraging the monsters to attack each other, or take a refreshing jump into the chasm. "It'll be fun," she promised. A few listened, but across the pit, the Impusi were countering her orders. Apparently they had charm-speak too. The monsters crowded so thick around Frank that he could barely use his sword. The stench of their breath and body odor was almost enough to knock him out, even without the arrow throbbing in his arm. What was Frank supposed to do? He'd had a plan, but his thoughts were getting fuzzy. "Stupid ghosts!" Nico shouted. "They won't listen," Jason agreed. That was it. Frank had to make the ghosts listen. He summoned all his strength and yelled, "Cohorts, lock shields!" The zombies around him stirred. They lined up in front of Frank, putting their shields together in a ragged defensive formation. But they were moving too slowly, like sleepwalkers, and only a few had responded to his voice. "Frank, how did you do that?" Jason yelled. Frank's head swam with pain. He forced himself not to pass out. "I'm the ranking Roman officer," he said. They don't recognize you. Sorry." Jason grimaced, but he didn't look particularly surprised. "How can we help?" Frank wished he had an answer. A griffin soared overhead, almost decapitating him with its talons. Nico smacked it with the scepter of Diocletian, and the monster veered into a wall. "Orbem formate," Frank ordered. About 24 zombies obeyed, struggling to form a defensive ring around Frank and his friends. It was enough to give the demigods a little respite, but there were too many enemies pressing forward. Most of the ghostly legionnaires were still wandering around in a daze. "My rank," Frank realized. "All these monsters are rank," Piper yelled, stabbing a wild centaur. "No," Frank said. "I'm only a centurion." Jason cursed in Latin. "He means he can't control a whole legion. He's not of high enough rank." Nico swung his black sword at another griffin. "Well then, promote him." Frank's mind was sluggish. He didn't understand what Nico was saying. Promote him? How? Jason shouted in his best drill sergeant voice. "Frank Jong, I, Jason Grace, Praetor of the 12th Legion Fulminata, give you my final order. I resign my post and give you emergency field promotion to Praetor, with the full powers of that rank. Take command of this legion." Frank felt as if a door had opened somewhere in the House of Hades, letting in a blast of fresh air that swept through the tunnels. The arrow in his arm suddenly didn't matter. His thoughts cleared, his eyesight sharpened. The voices of Mars and Ares spoke in his mind, strong and unified. "Break them!" Frank hardly recognized his own voice when he yelled, "Legion! Agmen formate!" Instantly, every dead legionnaire in the cavern drew his sword and raised his shield. They scrambled toward Frank's position, pushing and hacking monsters out of their way, until they stood shoulder to shoulder with the comrades, arranging themselves in a square formation. Stones, javelins, and fire rained down, but now Frank had a disciplined defensive line sheltering them behind a wall of bronze and leather. "Archers!" Frank yelled. "Ejaculare flammas!" He didn't hold out much hope the command would work. The zombies' bows couldn't be in good shape, but to his surprise, several dozen ghostly skirmishers knocked arrows in unison. Their arrowheads caught fire spontaneously, and a flaming wave of death arched over the legion's line, straight into the enemy. Cyclopes fell, centaurs stumbled. A Telkine shrieked and ran in circles with a burning arrow impaled in his forehead. Frank heard a laugh behind him. He glanced back and couldn't believe what he saw. Nico d'Angelo was actually smiling. "That's more like it," Nico said. "Let's turn this tide." "Cuneum formate!" Frank yelled. "Advance with Pilla!" The zombie line thickened in the center, forming a wedge designed to break through the enemy host. They lowered their spears in a bristling row and pushed forward. Earthborn wailed and threw boulders. Cyclopes smashed their fists and clubs against the locked shields, but the zombie legionnaires were no longer paper targets. They had inhuman strength, hardly wavering under the fiercest attacks. Soon, the floor was covered with monster dust. The line of javelins chewed through the enemy like a set of giant teeth, felling ogres and snake women and hellhounds. Frank's archers shot griffins out of the air and caused chaos in the main body of the monster army across the chasm. Frank's forces began to take control of their side of the cavern. One of the stone bridges collapsed, but more monsters kept pouring over the other one. Frank would have to stop that. "Jason," he called, "can you fly a few legionnaires across the pit? The enemy's left flank is weak, see? Take it." Jason smiled. "With pleasure." 3 dead Romans rose into the air and flew across the chasm. Then 3 more joined them. Finally, Jason flew himself across, and his squad began cutting through some very surprised-looking Telkines, spreading fear through the enemy's ranks. "Nico," Frank said, "keep trying to raise the dead. We need more numbers." "On it." Nico lifted the scepter of Diocletian, which glowed even darker purple. More ghostly Romans seeped from the walls to join the fight. Across the chasm, Empusai shouted commands in a language Frank didn't know, but the gist was obvious. They were trying to shore up their allies and keep them charging across the bridge. "Piper!" Frank yelled. "Counter those Empusai! We need some chaos!" "Thought you'd never ask." She started catcalling at the female demons. "Your makeup is smeared. Your friend called you ugly. That one is making a face behind your back." Soon, the vampire ladies were too busy fighting one another to shout any commands. The legionnaires moved forward, keeping up the pressure. They had to take the bridge before Jason got overwhelmed. "Time to lead from the front," Frank decided. He raised his borrowed sword and called for a charge. Chapter 68. Frank. Frank didn't notice that he was glowing. Later, Jason told him that the blessing of Mars had shrouded him in red light, like it had in Venice. Javelins couldn't touch him. Rocks somehow got deflected. Even with an arrow sticking out of his left biceps, Frank had never felt so full of energy. The first Cyclops he met went down so quickly it was almost a joke. Frank sliced him in half from shoulder to waist. The big guy exploded into dust. The next Cyclops backed up nervously, so Frank cut his legs out from under him and sent him into the pit. The remaining monsters on their side of the chasm tried to retreat, but the Legion cut them down. "Tetsubo formation!" Frank shouted. "Single file! Advance!" Frank was the first one across the bridge. The dead followed, their shields locked on either side and over their heads, deflecting all attacks. As the last of the zombies crossed, the stone bridge crumbled into the darkness, but by then it didn't matter. Nico kept summoning more legionnaires to join the fight. Over the history of the Empire, thousands of Romans had served and died in Greece. Now they were back, answering the call of Diocletian's scepter. Frank waded forward, destroying everything in his path. "I will burn you!" a Telkine squeaked, desperately waving a vial of Greek fire. "I have fire!" Frank took him down. As the vial dropped toward the ground, Frank kicked it over the cliff before it could explode. An empusa raked her claws across Frank's chest, but Frank felt nothing. He sliced the demon into dust and kept moving. Pain was unimportant. Failure was unthinkable. He was a leader of the Legion now, doing what he was born to do, fighting the enemies of Rome, upholding its legacy, protecting the lives of his friends and comrades. He was Praetor Frank Zhang. His forces swept the enemy away, breaking their every attempt to regroup. Jason and Piper fought at his side, yelling defiantly. Nico waded through the last group of Earthborn, slashing them into mounds of wet clay with his black Stygian sword. Before Frank knew it, the battle was over. Piper chopped through the last empusa, who vaporized with an anguished wail. "Frank," Jason said, "you're on fire." He looked down. A few drops of oil must have splattered on his pants because they were starting to smolder. Frank batted at them until they stopped smoking, but he wasn't particularly worried. Thanks to Leo, he no longer had to fear fire. Nico cleared his throat. You also have an arrow sticking through your arm." "I know." Frank snapped off the point of the arrow and pulled out the shaft by the tail. He felt only a warm, tugging sensation. "I'll be fine." Piper made him eat a piece of ambrosia. As she bandaged his wound, she said, "Frank, you were amazing, completely terrifying, but amazing." Frank had trouble processing her words. Terrifying couldn't apply to him. He was just Frank. His adrenaline drained away. He looked around him, wondering where all the enemies had gone. The only monsters left were his own undead Romans, standing in a stupor with their weapons lowered. Nico held up his scepter, its orb dark and dormant. "The dead won't stay much longer, now that the battle is over." Frank faced his troops. "Legion!" The zombie soldiers snapped to attention. "You fought well," Frank told them. "Now you may rest. Dismissed." They crumbled into piles of bones, armor, shields, and weapons. Then even those disintegrated. Frank felt as if he might crumble too. Despite the ambrosia, his wounded arm began to throb. His eyes were heavy with exhaustion. The blessing of Mars faded, leaving him depleted. But his work wasn't done yet. "Hazel and Leo," he said. "We need to find them." His friends peered across the chasm. At the other end of the cavern, the tunnel Hazel and Leo had entered was buried under tons of rubble. "We can't go that way," Nico said. "Maybe—" Suddenly he staggered. He would have fallen if Jason hadn't caught him. "Nico," Piper said. "What is it?" "The doors," Nico said. "Something's happening. Percy and Annabeth, we need to go now." "But how?" Jason said. "That tunnel is gone." Frank clenched his jaw. He hadn't come this far to stand around helplessly while his friends were in trouble. "It won't be fun," he said, "but there's another way." Chapter 69. Annabeth. Getting killed by Tartarus didn't seem like much of an honor. As Annabeth stared up at his dark whirlpool face, she decided she'd rather die in some less memorable way, maybe falling down the stairs or going peacefully in her sleep at age 80, after a nice, quiet life with Percy. Yes, that sounded good. It wasn't the first time Annabeth had faced an enemy she couldn't defeat by force. Normally, this would have been her cue to stall for time with some clever Athena-like chit-chat. Except her voice wouldn't work. She couldn't even close her mouth. For all she knew, she was drooling as badly as Percy did when he slept. She was dimly aware of the army of monsters swirling around her, but after their initial roar of triumph, the horde had fallen silent. Annabeth and Percy should have been ripped to pieces by now. Instead, the monsters kept their distance, waiting for Tartarus to act. The god of the pit flexed his fingers, examining his own polished black talons. He had no expression, but he straightened his shoulders as if he were pleased.
"It is good to have form," he intoned. "With these hands, I can eviscerate you."
His voice sounded like a backward recording, as if the words were being sucked into the vortex of his face, rather than projected. In fact, everything seemed to be drawn toward the face of this god. The dim light, the poisonous clouds, the essence of the monsters, even Annabeth's own fragile life force. She looked around and realized that every object on this vast plain had grown a vaporous comet's tail, all pointing toward Tartarus. Annabeth knew she should say something, but her instincts told her to hide, to avoid doing anything that would draw the god's attention. Besides, what could she say? "You won't get away with this." That wasn't true. She and Percy had only survived this long because Tartarus was savoring his new form. He wanted the pleasure of physically ripping them to pieces. If Tartarus wished, Annabeth had no doubt he could devour her existence with a single thought, as easily as he'd vaporized Hyperion and Krios. Would there be any rebirth from that? Annabeth didn't want to find out. Next to her, Percy did something she'd never seen him do. He dropped his sword. It just fell out of his hand and hit the ground with a thud. Death mist no longer shrouded his face, but he still had the complexion of a corpse. Tartarus hissed again, possibly laughing.
"Your fear smells wonderful," said the god. "I see the appeal of having a physical body with so many senses. Perhaps my beloved Gia is right, wishing to wake from her slumber."
He stretched out his massive purple hand and might have plucked up Percy like a weed, but Bob interrupted.
"Begone!"
The Titan leveled his spear at the god.
"You have no right to meddle." "Meddle?"
Tartarus turned.
"I am the lord of all creatures of the darkness, puny Iapetus. I can do as I please."
His black cyclone face spun faster. The howling sound was so horrible, Annabeth fell to her knees and clutched her ears. Bob stumbled, the wispy comet tail of his life force growing longer as it was sucked toward the face of the god. Bob roared in defiance. He charged and thrust his spear at Tartarus's chest. Before it could connect, Tartarus swatted Bob aside like he was a pesky insect. The Titan went sprawling.
"Why do you not disintegrate?" Tartarus mused. "You are nothing. You are even weaker than Krios and Hyperion."
"I am Bob," said Bob. Tartarus hissed.
"What is that? What is Bob?"
"I choose to be more than Iapetus," said the Titan. "You do not control me. I am not like my brothers." The collar of his coveralls bulged. Small Bob leaped out. The kitten landed on the ground in front of his master, then arched his back and hissed at the Lord of the Abyss. As Annabeth watched, Small Bob began to grow, his form flickering, until the little kitten had become a full-sized, translucent, skeletal, saber-toothed tiger. "Also," Bob announced, "I have a good cat." No longer small, Bob sprang at Tartarus, sinking his claws into Tartarus's thigh. The tiger scrambled up his leg, straight under the god's chain-link skirt. Tartarus stomped and howled, apparently no longer enamored with having a physical form. Meanwhile, Bob thrust his spear into the god's side, right below his breastplate. Tartarus roared. He swatted at Bob, but the Titan backed out of reach. Bob thrust out his fingers. His spear yanked itself free of the god's flesh and flew back to Bob's hand, which made Annabeth gulp in amazement. She'd never imagined a broom could have so many useful features. Small Bob dropped out of Tartarus's skirt. He ran to his master's side, his saber-toothed fangs dripping with golden ichor.
"You will die first, Iapetus," Tartarus decided. "Afterward, I will add your soul to my armor, where it will slowly dissolve, over and over, in eternal agony."
Tartarus pounded his fist against his breastplate. Milky faces swirled in the metal, silently screaming to get out. Bob turned toward Percy and Annabeth. The Titan grinned, which probably would not have been Annabeth's reaction to a threat of eternal agony.
"Take the doors," Bob said. "I will deal with Tartarus."
Tartarus threw back his head and bellowed, creating a vacuum so strong that the nearest flying demons were pulled into his vortex face and shredded.
"Deal with me?" the god mocked. "You are only a Titan, a lesser child of Gia. I will make you suffer for your arrogance. And as for your tiny mortal friends—"
Tartarus swept his hand toward the monster army, beckoning them forward.
"Destroy them!"
Chapter 70. Annabeth.
"Destroy them!"
Annabeth had heard those words often enough that they shocked her out of her paralysis. She raised her sword and yelled, "Percy!" He snatched up Riptide. Annabeth dove for the chains holding the doors of death. Her draken bone blade cut through the left side moorings in a single swipe. Meanwhile, Percy drove back the first wave of monsters. He stabbed an awry and yelped, "Gah! Stupid curses!" Then he scythed down a half-dozen Telkines. Annabeth lunged behind him and sliced through the chains on the other side. The doors shuddered, then opened with a pleasant ding. Bob and his saber-toothed sidekick continued to weave around Tartarus's legs, attacking and dodging to stay out of his clutches. They didn't seem to be doing much damage, but Tartarus lurched around, obviously not used to fighting in a humanoid body. He swiped and missed, swiped and missed. More monsters surged toward the doors. A spear flew past Annabeth's head. She turned and stabbed an Empusa through the gut, then dove for the doors as they started to close. She kept them open with her foot as she fought. At least with her back to the elevator car, she didn't have to worry about attacks from behind. "Percy, get over here!" she yelled. He joined her in the doorway, his face dripping with sweat and blood from several cuts. "You okay?" she asked. He nodded. "Got some kind of pain curse from that awry." He hacked a griffin out of the air. "Hurts, but it won't kill me. Get in the elevator. I'll hold the button." "Yeah, right." She smacked a carnivorous horse in the snout with the butt of her sword and sent the monster stampeding through the crowd. "You promised, Seaweed Brain, we would not get separated, ever again." "You're impossible." "Love you too." An entire phalanx of Cyclopes charged forward, knocking smaller monsters out of the way. Annabeth figured she was about to die. "It had to be Cyclopes," she grumbled. Percy gave a battle cry. At the Cyclopes' feet, a red vein in the ground burst open, spraying the monsters with liquid fire from the phlegathon. The fire water might have healed mortals, but it didn't do the Cyclopes any favors. They combusted in a tidal wave of heat. The burst vein sealed itself, but nothing remained of the monsters except a row of scorch marks. "Annabeth, you have to go," Percy said. "We can't both stay." "No!" she cried. "Duck!" He didn't ask why. He crouched, and Annabeth vaulted over him, bringing her sword down on the head of a heavily tattooed ogre. Percy and she stood shoulder to shoulder in the doorway, waiting for the next wave. The exploding vein had given the monsters pause, but it wouldn't be long before they remembered, hey, wait, there's 75 gazillion of us and only 2 of them. Well then, Percy said, you have a better idea? Annabeth wished she did. The doors of death stood right behind them, their exit from this nightmarish world. But they couldn't use the doors without someone manning the controls for 12 long minutes. If they stepped inside and let the doors close without someone holding the button, Annabeth didn't think the results would be healthy. And if they stepped away from the doors for any reason, she imagined the elevator would close and disappear without them. The situation was so pathetically sad, it was almost funny. The crowd of monsters inched forward, snarling and gathering their courage. Meanwhile, Bob's attacks were getting slower. Tartarus was learning to control his new body. Saber-toothed Small Bob lunged at the god, but Tartarus smacked the cat sideways. Bob charged, bellowing with rage, but Tartarus grabbed his spear and yanked it out of his hands. He kicked Bob downhill, knocking over a row of telkines like sea mammal bowling pins. Yield! Tartarus thundered. I will not, Bob said. You are not my master. Die in defiance, then, said the god of the pit. You Titans are nothing to me. My children, the giants, were always better, stronger, and more vicious. They will make the upper world as dark as my realm. Tartarus snapped the spear in half. Bob wailed in agony. Saber-toothed Small Bob leaped to his aid, snarling at Tartarus and baring his fangs. The Titan struggled to rise, but Annabeth knew it was over. Even the monsters turned to watch, as if sensing that their master, Tartarus, was about to take the spotlight. The death of a Titan was worth seeing. Percy gripped Annabeth's hand. Stay here. I've got to help him. Percy, you can't, she croaked. Tartarus can't be fought. Not by us. She knew she was right. Tartarus was in a class by himself. He was more powerful than the gods or Titans. Demigods were nothing to him. If Percy charged to help Bob, he would get squashed like an ant. But Annabeth also knew that Percy wouldn't listen. He couldn't leave Bob to die alone. That just wasn't him. And that was one of the many reasons she loved him, even if he was an Olympian-sized pain in the podex. We'll go together, Annabeth decided, knowing this would be their final battle. If they stepped away from the doors, they would never leave Tartarus. At least they would die fighting side by side. She was about to say, now! A ripple of alarm passed through the army. In the distance, Annabeth heard shrieks, screams, and a persistent boom, boom, boom that was too fast to be the heartbeat in the ground. More like something large and heavy running at full speed. An earthborn spun into the air as if he'd been tossed. A plume of bright green gas billowed across the top of the monstrous horde, like the spray from a poison riot hose. Everything in its path dissolved. Across the swath of sizzling, newly empty ground, Annabeth saw the cause of the commotion. She started to grin. The Meonian Draken spread its frilled collar and hissed, its poison breath filling the battlefield with the smell of pine and ginger. It shifted its 100-foot-long body, flicking its dappled green tail and wiping out a battalion of ogres. Riding on its back was a red-skinned giant with flowers in his rust-colored braids, a jerkin of green leather, and a draken rib lance in his hand. Damison! Annabeth cried. The giant inclined his head. "Annabeth Chase, I took your advice. I chose myself a new fate." Chapter 71. Annabeth.
"What is this?" the god of the pit hissed. "Why have you come, my disgraced son?"
Damison glanced at Annabeth, a clear message in his eyes. Go, now. He turned toward Tartarus. The Meonian draken stamped its feet and snarled. "Father, you wished for a more worthy opponent?" Damison asked calmly. "I am one of the giants you are so proud of. You wished me to be more warlike? Perhaps I will start by destroying you." Damison leveled his lance and charged. The monstrous army swarmed him, but the Meonian draken flattened everything in its path, sweeping its tail and spraying poison while Damison jabbed at Tartarus, forcing the god to retreat like a cornered lion. Bob stumbled away from the battle, his saber-toothed cat at his side. Percy gave them as much cover as he could, causing blood vessels in the ground to burst one after the other. Some monsters were vaporized in Styx water. Others got a cocytus shower and collapsed, weeping hopelessly. Others were doused with liquid lethe and stared blankly around them, no longer sure where they were or even who they were. Bob limped to the doors. Golden ichor flowed from the wounds on his arms and chest. His janitor's outfit hung in tatters. His posture was twisted and hunched, as if Tartarus's breaking the spear had broken something inside him. Despite all that, he was grinning, his silver eyes bright with satisfaction. "Go," he ordered. "I will hold the button." Percy gawked at him. "Bob, you're in no condition—" "Percy!" Annabeth's voice threatened to break. She hated herself for letting Bob do this, but she knew it was the only way. "We have to. We can't just leave them." "You must, friend." Bob clapped Percy on the arm, nearly knocking him over. "I can still press a button, and I have a good cat to guard me." Small Bob, the saber-toothed, growled in agreement. "Besides," Bob said, "it is your destiny to return to the world. Put an end to this madness of Gia." A screaming cyclops, sizzling from poison spray, sailed over their heads. 50 yards away, the Meonian draken trampled through monsters, its feet making sickening squish, squish noises as if stomping grapes. On its back, Damison yelled insults and jabbed at the god of the pit, taunting Tartarus farther away from the doors. Tartarus lumbered after him, his iron boots making craters in the ground. "You cannot kill me," he bellowed. "I am the pit itself. You might as well try to kill the earth. Gia and I, we are eternal. We own you, flesh and spirit." He brought down his massive fist, but Damison sidestepped, impaling his javelin in the side of Tartarus's neck. Tartarus growled, apparently more annoyed than hurt. He turned his swirling vacuum face toward the giant, but Damison got out of the way in time. A dozen monsters were sucked into the vortex and disintegrated. "Bob, don't!" Percy said, his eyes pleading. "He'll destroy you permanently. No coming back. No regeneration." Bob shrugged. "Who knows what will be? You must go now. Tartarus is right about one thing. We cannot defeat him. We can only buy you time." The doors tried to close on Annabeth's foot. 12 minutes, said the Titan. "I can give you that." "Percy, hold the doors!" Annabeth jumped and threw her arms around the Titan's neck. She kissed his cheek, her eyes so full of tears she couldn't see straight. Bob's stubbly face smelled of cleaning supplies, fresh lemony furniture polish, and Murphy oil wood soap. "Monsters are eternal," she told him, trying to keep herself from sobbing. "We will remember you and Damison as heroes, as the best Titan and the best giant. We'll tell our children. We'll keep the story alive. Someday you will regenerate." Bob ruffled her hair. Smile lines crinkled around his eyes. "That is good. Until then, my friends, tell the sun and the stars hello for me. And be strong. This may not be the last sacrifice you must make to stop Gia." He pushed her away gently. "No more time. Go." Annabeth grabbed Percy's arm. She dragged him into the elevator car. She had one last glimpse of the Meonian Draken, shaking an ogre like a sock puppet, Damison jabbing at Tartarus's legs. The god of the pit pointed at the doors of death and yelled, "Monsters! Stop them!" Small Bob, the saber-toothed, crouched and snarled, ready for action. Bob winked at Annabeth. "Hold the doors closed on your side," he said. "They will resist your passage. Hold them!" The panels slid shut. Chapter 72. Annabeth. "Percy, help me!" Annabeth yelped. She shoved her entire body against the left door, pressing it toward the center. Percy did the same on the right. There were no handles or anything else to hold on to. As the elevator car ascended, the doors shook and tried to open, threatening to spill them into whatever was between life and death. Annabeth's shoulders ached. The elevator's easy listening music didn't help. If all monsters had to hear that song about liking pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, no wonder they were in the mood for carnage when they reached the mortal world. "We left Bob and Damison," Percy croaked. "They'll die for us, and we just—" "I know," she murmured. "Gods of Olympus, Percy, I know." Annabeth was almost glad for the job of keeping the doors closed. The terror racing through her heart at least kept her from dissolving into misery. Abandoning Damison and Bob had been the hardest thing she'd ever done. For years at Camp Half-Blood, she had chafed as other campers went on quests while she stayed behind. She'd watched as others gained glory, or failed and didn't come back. Since she was 7 years old, she had thought, "Why don't I get to prove my skills? Why can't I lead a quest?" Now, she realized that the hardest test for a child of Athena wasn't leading a quest or facing death in combat. It was making the strategic decision to step back, to let someone else take the brunt of the danger. Especially when that person was your friend. She had to face the fact that she couldn't protect everyone she loved. She couldn't solve every problem. She hated it, but she didn't have time for self-pity. She blinked away her tears. "Percy, the doors!" she warned. The panels had started to slide apart, letting in a whiff of ozone? Sulfur? Percy pushed on his side furiously, and the crack closed. His eyes blazed with anger. She hoped he wasn't mad at her, but if he was, she couldn't blame him. If it keeps him going, she thought, then let him be angry. "I will kill Gia," he muttered. "I will tear her apart with my bare hands." Annabeth nodded, but she was thinking about Tartarus's boast. He could not be killed. Neither could Gia. Against such power, even titans and giants were hopelessly outmatched. Demigods stood no chance. She also remembered Bob's warning. This may not be the last sacrifice you must make to stop Gia. She felt that truth deep in her bones. 12 minutes, she murmured. Just 12 minutes. She prayed to Athena that Bob could hold the up button that long. She prayed for strength and wisdom. She wondered what they would find once they reached the top of this elevator ride. if their friends weren't there, controlling the other side. "We can do this," Percy said. "We have to." "Yeah," Annabeth said. "Yeah, we do." They held the doors shut as the elevator shuddered and the music played, while somewhere below them, a titan and a giant sacrificed their lives for their escape. Chapter 73. Hazel. Hazel wasn't proud of crying. After the tunnel collapsed, she wept and screamed like a 2-year-old throwing a tantrum. She couldn't move the debris that separated her and Leo from the others. If the earth shifted any more, the entire complex might collapse on their heads. Still, she pounded her fists against the stones and yelled curses that would have earned her a mouthwashing with lye soap back at St. Agnes Academy. Leo stared at her, wide-eyed and speechless. She wasn't being fair to him. The last time the two of them had been together, she'd zapped him into her past and shown him Sammy, his great-grandfather, Hazel's first boyfriend. She'd burdened him with emotional baggage he didn't need, and left him so dazed they had almost gotten killed by a giant shrimp monster. Now, here they were, alone again, while their friends might be dying at the hands of a monster army, and she was throwing a fit. "Sorry." She wiped her face. "Hey, you know," Leo shrugged. "I've attacked a few rocks in my day." She swallowed with difficulty. "Frank he's—" "Listen," Leo said. "Frank Zhang has moves. He's probably going to turn into a kangaroo and do some marsupial jujitsu on their ugly faces." He helped her to her feet. Despite the panic simmering inside her, she knew Leo was right. Frank and the others weren't helpless. They would find a way to survive. The best thing she and Leo could do was carry on. She studied Leo. His hair had grown out longer and shaggier, and his face was leaner, so he looked less like an imp and more like one of those willowy elves in the fairy tales. The biggest difference was his eyes. They constantly drifted, as if Leo was trying to spot something over the horizon. "Leo, I'm sorry," she said. He raised an eyebrow. "Okay, for what?" "For—" She gestured around her helplessly. "Everything. For thinking you were Sammy, for leading you on. I mean, I didn't mean to, but if I did—" "Hey." He squeezed her hand, though Hazel sensed nothing romantic in the gesture. "Machines are designed to work." What?" "I figure the universe is basically like a machine. I don't know who made it, if it was the fates or the gods or capital G God or whatever. But it chugs along the way it's supposed to most of the time. Sure, little pieces break and stuff goes haywire once in a while, but mostly things happen for a reason, like you and me meeting." "Leo Valdez," Hazel marveled. "You're a philosopher." "Nah," he said. "I'm just a mechanic, but I figure my bisabuelo Sammy knew what was what. He let you go, Hazel. My job is to tell you that it's okay. You and Frank, you're good together. We're all going to get through this. I hope you guys get a chance to be happy. Besides, Jong couldn't tie his shoes without your help." "That's mean," Hazel chided, but she felt like something was untangling inside her, a knot of tension she'd been carrying for weeks. Leo really had changed. Hazel was starting to think she'd found a good friend. "What happened to you when you were on your own?" she asked. "Who did you meet?" Leo's eye twitched. "Long story. I'll tell you sometime, but I'm still waiting to see how it shakes out." "The universe is a machine," Hazel said, "so it'll be fine." "Hopefully." "As long as it's not one of your machines," Hazel added, "because your machines never do what they're supposed to." Yeah, ha ha. Leo summoned fire into his hand. Now, which way, Miss Underground? Hazel scanned the path in front of them. About 30 feet down, the tunnel split into 4 smaller arteries, each one identical, but the one on the left radiated cold. That way, she decided. It feels the most dangerous. I'm sold, said Leo. They began their descent. As soon as they reached the first archway, the polecat Gale found them. She scurried up Hazel's side and curled around her neck, chittering crossly as if to say, "Where have you been? You're late." "Not the farting weasel again," Leo complained. "If that thing lets loose in close quarters like this, with my fire and all, we're gonna explode." Gale barked a polecat insult at Leo. Hazel hushed them both. She could sense the tunnel ahead, sloping gently down for about 300 feet, then opening into a large chamber. In that chamber was a presence, cold, heavy, and powerful. Hazel hadn't felt anything like it since the cave in Alaska, where Gia had forced her to resurrect Porphyrion, the giant king. Hazel had thwarted Gia's plans that time, but she'd had to pull down the cavern, sacrificing her life and her mother's. She wasn't anxious to have a similar experience. "Leo, be ready," she whispered. "We're getting close." "Close to what?" A woman's voice echoed down the corridor. "Close to me." A wave of nausea hit Hazel so hard her knees buckled. The whole world shifted. Her sense of direction, usually flawless underground, became completely unmoored. She and Leo didn't seem to move, but suddenly they were 300 feet down the corridor, at the entrance of the chamber. "Welcome," said the woman's voice. "I've looked forward to this." Hazel's eyes swept the cavern. She couldn't see the speaker. The room reminded her of the Pantheon in Rome, except this place had been decorated in Hades modern. The obsidian walls were carved with scenes of death, plague victims, corpses on the battlefield, torture chambers with skeletons hanging in iron cages, all of it embellished with precious gems that somehow made the scenes even more ghastly. As in the Pantheon, the domed roof was a waffle pattern of recessed square panels, but here each panel was a stela, a grave marker with ancient Greek inscriptions. Hazel wondered if actual bodies were buried behind them. With her underground senses out of whack, she couldn't be sure. She saw no other exits. At the apex of the ceiling, where the Pantheon's skylight would have been, a circle of pure black stone gleamed, as if to reinforce the sense that there was no way out of this place. No sky above, only darkness. Hazel's eyes drifted to the center of the room. "Yep," Leo muttered. "Those are doors, all right." 50 feet away was a set of freestanding elevator doors, their panels etched in silver and iron. Rows of chains ran down either side, bolting the frame to large hooks in the floor. The area around the doors was littered with black rubble. With a tightening sense of anger, Hazel realized that an ancient altar to Hades had once stood there. It had been destroyed to make room for the doors of death. "Where are you?" she shouted. "Don't you see us?" taunted the woman's voice. "I thought Hecate chose you for your skill." Another bout of queasiness churned through Hazel's gut. On her shoulder, Gale barked and passed gas, which didn't help. Dark spots floated in Hazel's eyes. She tried to blink them away, but they only turned darker. The spots consolidated into a 20-foot-tall shadowy figure looming next to the doors. The giant Clytius was shrouded in the black smoke, just as she'd seen in her vision at the crossroads. But now, Hazel could dimly make out his form. Dragon-like legs with ash-colored scales. A massive humanoid upper body encased in Stygian armor. Long, braided hair that seemed to be made from smoke. His complexion was as dark as Death's. Hazel should know, since she had met Death personally. His eyes glinted cold as diamonds. He carried no weapon, but that didn't make him any less terrifying. Leo whistled. You know, Clytius, for such a big dude, you've got a beautiful voice. Idiot, hissed the woman. Halfway between Hazel and the giant, the air shimmered. The sorceress appeared. She wore an elegant sleeveless dress of woven gold, her dark hair piled into a cone, encircled with diamonds and emeralds. Around her neck hung a pendant like a miniature maze, on a cord set with rubies that made Hazel think of crystallized blood drops. The woman was beautiful in a timeless, regal way, like a statue you might admire but could never love. Her eyes sparkled with malice. Pacify, Hazel said. The woman inclined her head. My dear Hazel Levesque. Leo coughed. You two know each other? Like underworld chums or... Silence, fool. Pacify's voice was soft, but full of venom. I have no use for demigod boys, always so full of themselves, so brash and destructive. Hey, lady, Leo protested. I don't destroy things much. I'm a son of Hephaestus. A tinkerer, snapped Pacify. Even worse, I knew Daedalus. His inventions brought me nothing but trouble. Leo blinked. Daedalus? Like, the Daedalus? Well then, you should know all about us tinkerers. We're more into fixing, building, occasionally sticking wads of oilcloth in the mouths of rude ladies. Leo! Hazel put her arm across his chest. She had a feeling the sorceress was about to turn him into something unpleasant if he didn't shut up. Let me take this, okay? Listen to your friend, Pacify said. Be a good boy and let the women talk. Pacify paced in front of them, examining Hazel, her eyes so full of hate it made Hazel's skin tingle. The sorceress's power radiated from her like heat from a furnace. Her expression was unsettling and vaguely familiar. Somehow, though, the giant Clytius unnerved Hazel more. He stood in the background, silent and motionless, except for the dark smoke pouring from his body, pooling around his feet. He was the cold presence Hazel had felt earlier, like a vast deposit of obsidian, so heavy that Hazel couldn't possibly move it, powerful and indestructible, and completely devoid of emotion. Your friend doesn't say much, Hazel noted. Pacify looked back at the giant and sniffed with disdain. Pray he stays silent, my dear. Gia has given me the pleasure of dealing with you, but Clytius is my, insurance. Just between you and me, as sister sorceresses, I think he's also here to keep my powers in check, in case I forget my new mistress's orders. Gia is careful that way. Hazel was tempted to protest that she wasn't a sorceress. She didn't want to know how Pacify planned to deal with them, or how the giant kept her magic in check, but she straightened her back and tried to look confident. Whatever you're planning, Hazel said, it won't work. We've cut through every monster Gia's put in our path. If you're smart, you'll get out of our way. Gale the polecat gnashed her teeth in approval, but Pacify didn't seem impressed. You don't look like much, the sorceress mused. But then you demigods never do. My husband, Minos, king of Crete, he was a son of Zeus. You would never have known it by looking at him. He was almost as scrawny as that one. She flicked a hand toward Leo. Wow, muttered Leo. Minos must have done something really horrible to deserve you. Pacify's nostrils flared. Oh, you have no idea. He was too proud to make the proper sacrifices to Poseidon, so the gods punished me for his arrogance. The Minotaur, Hazel suddenly remembered. The story was so revolting and grotesque, Hazel had always shut her ears when they told it at Camp Jupiter. Pacify had been cursed to fall in love with her husband's prize bull. She'd given birth to the Minotaur, half man, half bull. Now, as Pacify glared daggers at her, Hazel realized why her expression was so familiar. The sorceress had the same bitterness and hatred in her eyes that Hazel's mother sometimes had. In her worst moments, Marie Levesque would look at Hazel as if Hazel were a monstrous child, a curse from the gods, the source of all Marie's problems. That's why the Minotaur story bothered Hazel. Not just the repellent idea of Pacify and the bull, but the idea that a child, any child, could be considered a monster, a punishment to its parents, to be locked away and hated. To Hazel, the Minotaur had always seemed like a victim in the story. Yes, Pacify said at last. My disgrace was unbearable. After my son was born and locked in the labyrinth, Minos refused to have anything to do with me. He said I had ruined his reputation. And do you know what happened to Minos, Hazel Levesque? For his crimes and his pride? He was rewarded. He was made a judge of the dead in the underworld, as if he had any right to judge others. Hades gave him that position. Your father. Pluto, actually. Pacify sneered. Irrelevant. So you see, I hate demigods as much as I hate the gods. Any of your brethren who survived the war, Gia has promised to me, so that I may watch them die slowly in my new domain. I only wish I had more time to torture you two properly. Alas... In the center of the room, the doors of death made a pleasant chiming sound. The green up button on the right side of the frame began to glow. The chains shook. There, you see, Pacify shrugged apologetically. The doors are in use. 12 minutes and they will open. Hazel's gut trembled almost as much as the chains. More giants? Thankfully, no, said the sorceress. They are all accounted for, back in the mortal world and in place for the final assault. Pacify gave her a cold smile. No, I would imagine the doors are being used by someone else. Someone unauthorized. Leo inched forward. Smoke rose from his fists. Percy and Annabeth. Hazel couldn't speak. She wasn't sure whether the lump in her throat was from joy or frustration. If their friends had made it to the doors, if they were really going to show up here in 12 minutes. Oh, not to worry. Pacify waved her hand dismissively. Clytius will handle them. You see, when the chime sounds again, someone on our side needs to push the up button, or the doors will fail to open, and whoever is inside, poof, gone. Or perhaps Clytius will let them out and deal with them in person. That depends on you two. Hazel's mouth tasted like tin. She didn't want to ask, but she had to. How exactly does it depend on us? Well, obviously, we need only one set of demigods alive. Pacify said. The lucky two will be taken to Athens and sacrificed to Gia at the Feast of Hope. Obviously, Leo muttered. So will it be you two, or your friends in the elevator? The sorceress spread her hands. Let's see who is still alive in 11 minutes now. The cavern dissolved into darkness. Chapter 74. Hazel. Hazel's internal compass spun wildly. She remembered when she was very small, in New Orleans in the late 1930s, her mother had taken her to the dentist to get a bad tooth pulled. It was the first and only time Hazel had ever received ether. The dentist promised it would make her sleepy and relaxed, but Hazel felt like she was floating away from her own body, panicky and out of control. When the ether wore off, she'd been sick for 3 days. This felt like a massive dose of ether. Part of her knew she was still in the cavern. Pacify stood only a few feet in front of them. Clydius waited silently at the doors of death. But layers of mist enfolded Hazel, twisting her sense of reality. She took one step forward and bumped into a wall that shouldn't have been there. Leo pressed his hands against the stone. What the heck? Where are we? A corridor stretched out to their left and right. Torches guttered in iron sconces. The air smelled of mildew, as in an old tomb. On Hazel's shoulder, Gale barked angrily, digging her claws into Hazel's collarbone. Yes, I know, Hazel muttered to the weasel. It's an illusion. Leo pounded on the wall. Pretty solid illusion. Pacify laughed. Her voice sounded watery and far away. Is it an illusion, Hazel Levesque, or something more? Don't you see what I have created? Hazel felt so off balance she could barely stand, much less think straight. She tried to extend her senses, to see through the mist and find the cavern again, but all she felt were tunnels splitting off in a dozen directions, going everywhere except forward. Random thoughts glinted in her mind, like gold nuggets coming to the surface. Daedalus, the Minotaur locked away, die slowly in my new domain. The labyrinth, Hazel said. She's remaking the labyrinth. What now? Leo had been tapping the wall with the ball-peen hammer, but he turned and frowned at her. I thought the labyrinth collapsed during that battle at Camp Half-Blood, like it was connected to Daedalus's life force or something, and then he died. Pacify's voice clucked disapprovingly. Ah, but I am still alive. You credit Daedalus with all the maze's secrets? I breathed magical life into his labyrinth. Daedalus was nothing compared to me. The immortal sorceress, daughter of Helios, sister of Circe. Now the labyrinth will be my domain. It's an illusion, Hazel insisted. We just have to break through it. Even as she said it, the walls seemed to grow more solid, the smell of mildew more intense. Too late, Pacify crooned. The maze is already awake. It will spread under the skin of the earth once more while your mortal world is leveled. You demigods, you heroes, will wander its corridors, dying slowly of thirst and fear and misery. Or perhaps, if I am feeling merciful, you will die quickly, in great pain. Holes opened in the floor beneath Hazel's feet. She grabbed Leo and pushed him aside as a row of spikes shot upward, impaling the ceiling. Run! She yelled. Pacify's laughter echoed down the corridor. Where are you going, young sorceress? Running from an illusion? Hazel didn't answer. She was too busy trying to stay alive. Behind them, Row after row of spikes shot toward the ceiling with a persistent thunk, thunk, thunk. She pulled Leo down a side corridor, leaped over a tripwire, then stumbled to a halt in front of a pit 20 feet across. "How deep is that?" Leo gasped for breath. His pants leg was ripped where one of the spikes had grazed him. Hazel's senses told her that the pit was at least 50 feet straight down, with a pool of poison at the bottom. Could she trust her senses? Whether or not Pacify had created a new labyrinth, Hazel believed they were still in the same cavern, being made to run aimlessly back and forth, while Pacify and Clytius watched in amusement. Illusion or not, unless Hazel could figure out how to get out of this maze, the traps would kill them. 8 minutes now, said the voice of Pacify. "I'd love to see you survive, truly. That would prove you worthy sacrifices to Gia in Athens. But then, of course, we wouldn't need your friends in the elevator." Hazel's heart pounded. She faced the wall to her left. Despite what her senses told her, that should be the direction of the doors. Pacify should be right in front of her. Hazel wanted to burst through the wall and throttle the sorceress. In 8 minutes, she and Leo needed to be at the doors of death to let their friends out. But Pacify was an immortal sorceress, with thousands of years of experience in weaving spells. Hazel couldn't defeat her through sheer willpower. She'd managed to fool the bandit Skyron by showing him what he expected to see. Hazel needed to figure out what Pacify wanted most. 7 minutes now, Pacify lamented. "If only we had more time. So many indignities I'd like you to suffer. I'd like you to suffer." That was it, Hazel realized. She had to run the gauntlet. She had to make the maze more dangerous, more spectacular. Make Pacify focus on the traps, rather than the direction the labyrinth was leading. "Leo, we're going to jump," Hazel said. "But it's not as far as it looks. Go!" She grabbed his hand and they launched themselves across the pit. When they landed, Hazel looked back and saw no pit at all, just a 3-inch crack in the floor. "Come on," she urged. They ran as the voice of Pacify droned on. "Oh dear, no. You'll never survive that way. 6 minutes. The ceiling above them cracked apart. Gale the weasel squeaked in alarm, but Hazel imagined a new tunnel leading off to the left. A tunnel even more dangerous, going the wrong direction. The mist softened under her will. The tunnel appeared, and they dashed to one side. Pacify sighed with disappointment. "You really aren't very good at this, my dear." But Hazel felt a spark of hope. She'd created a tunnel. She'd driven a small wedge into the magic fabric of the labyrinth. The floor collapsed under them. Hazel jumped to one side, dragging Leo with her. She imagined another tunnel, veering back the way they'd come, but full of poisonous gas. The maze obliged. "Leo, hold your breath," she warned. They plunged through the toxic fog. Hazel's eyes felt like they were being rinsed in pepper juice, but she kept running. 5 minutes, Pacify said. "Alas, if only I could watch you suffer longer." They burst into a corridor with fresh air. Leo coughed. If only she would shut up. They ducked under a bronze garrote wire. Hazel imagined the tunnel curving back toward Pacify, ever so slightly. The mist bent to her will. The walls of the tunnel began to close in on either side. Hazel didn't try to stop them. She made them close faster, shaking the floor and cracking the ceiling. She and Leo ran for their lives, following the curve as it brought them closer to what she hoped was the center of the room. "A pity," said Pacify. I wish I could kill you and your friends in the elevator, but Gia has insisted that 2 of you must be kept alive until the Feast of Hope, when your blood will be put to good use. Ah, well, I will have to find other victims for my labyrinth. You 2 have been second-rate failures." Hazel and Leo stumbled to a stop. In front of them stretched a chasm so wide Hazel couldn't see the other side. From somewhere below in the darkness came the sound of hissing. Thousands and thousands of snakes. Hazel was tempted to retreat, but the tunnel was closing behind them, leaving them stranded on a tiny ledge. Gale the weasel paced across Hazel's shoulders and farted with anxiety. Okay, Leo muttered. "The walls are moving parts. They gotta be mechanical. Give me a second." "No, Leo," Hazel said. "There's no way back." "But—" "Hold my hand," she said. "On 3. "But— 3! What?" Hazel leaped into the pit, pulling Leo with her. She tried to ignore his screaming and the flatulent weasel clinging to her neck. She bent all her will into redirecting the magic of the labyrinth. Pacify laughed with delight, knowing that any moment they would be crushed or bitten to death in a pit of snakes. Instead, Hazel imagined a chute in the darkness, just to their left. She twisted in midair and fell toward it. She and Leo hit the chute hard and slid into the cavern, landing right on top of Pacify. Ah! The sorceress's head smacked against the floor as Leo sat down hard on her chest. For a moment, the 3 of them and the weasel were a pile of sprawling bodies and flailing limbs. Hazel tried to draw her sword, but Pacify managed to extricate herself first. The sorceress backed away, her hairdo bent sideways like a collapsed cake. Her dress was smeared with grease stains from Leo's tool belt. "You miserable wretches!" she howled. The maze was gone. A few feet away, Clydius stood with his back to them, watching the doors of death. By Hazel's calculation, they had about 30 seconds until their friends arrived. Hazel felt exhausted from her run through the maze while controlling the mist, but she needed to pull off one more trick. She had successfully made Pacify see what she most desired. Now, Hazel had to make the sorceress see what she most feared. "You must really hate demigods," Hazel said, trying to mimic Pacify's cruel smile. "We always get the best of you, don't we, Pacify?" "Nonsense!" screamed Pacify. "I will tear you apart! I will—" "We're always pulling the rug out from under your feet," Hazel sympathized. "Your husband betrayed you. Theseus killed the Minotaur and stole your daughter Ariadne. Now, 2 second-rate failures have turned your own maze against you. But you knew it would come to this, didn't you? You always fall in the end." "I am immortal!" Pacify wailed. She took a step back, fingering her necklace. "You cannot stand against me!" "You can't stand at all," Hazel countered. "Look." She pointed at the feet of the sorceress. A trap door opened underneath Pacify. She fell, screaming, into a bottomless pit that didn't really exist. The floor solidified. The sorceress was gone. Leo stared at Hazel in amazement. "How did you—" Just then, the elevator dinged. Rather than pushing the up button, Clydius stepped back from the controls, keeping their friends trapped inside. "Leo!" Hazel yelled. They were 30 feet away, much too far to reach the elevator, but Leo pulled out a screwdriver and chucked it like a throwing knife. An impossible shot. The screwdriver spun straight past Clydius and slammed into the up button. The doors of death opened with a hiss. Black smoke billowed out, and 2 bodies spilled face first onto the floor. Percy and Annabeth, limp as corpses. Hazel sobbed. "Oh, gods!" She and Leo started forward, but Clydius raised his hand in an unmistakable gesture. Stop. He lifted his massive reptilian foot over Percy's head. The giant's smoky shroud poured over the floor, covering Annabeth and Percy in a pool of dark fog. "Clydius, you've lost," Hazel snarled. "Let them go or you'll end up like Pacify." The giant tilted his head. His diamond eyes gleamed. At his feet, Annabeth lurched like she'd hit a power line. She rolled on her back, black smoke coiling from her mouth. "I am not Pacify." Annabeth spoke in a voice that wasn't hers, the words as deep as a bass guitar. "You have won nothing." "Stop that!" Even from 30 feet away, Hazel could sense Annabeth's life force waning, her pulse becoming thready. Whatever Clydius was doing, pulling words from her mouth, it was killing her. Clydius nudged Percy's head with his foot. Percy's face lolled to one side. "Not quite dead." The giant's words boomed from Percy's mouth. "A terrible shock to the mortal body, I would imagine, coming back from Tartarus. They'll be out for a while." He turned his attention back to Annabeth. More smoke poured from between her lips. "I'll tie them up and take them to Porphyrion in Athens. Just the sacrifice we need. Unfortunately, that means I have no further use for you two." "Oh, yeah?" Leo growled. "Well, maybe you got the smoke, buddy, but I've got the fire." His hands blazed. He shot white-hot columns of flame at the giant, but Clydius's smoky aura absorbed them on impact. Tendrils of black haze traveled back up the lines of fire, snuffing out the light and heat and covering Leo in darkness. Leo fell to his knees, clutching at his throat. "No!" Hazel ran toward him, but Gale chattered urgently on her shoulder. A clear warning. "I would not." Clydius's voice reverberated from Leo's mouth. "You do not understand, Hazel Levesque. I devour magic. I destroy the voice and the soul. You cannot oppose me." Black fog spread farther across the room, covering Annabeth and Percy, billowing toward Hazel. Blood roared in Hazel's ears. She had to act, but how? If that black smoke could incapacitate Leo so quickly, what chance did she have? Fire," she stammered in a small voice. "You're supposed to be weak against it." The giant chuckled, using Annabeth's vocal cords this time. "You were counting on that, eh? It is true I do not like fire, but Leo Valdez's flames are not strong enough to trouble me." Somewhere behind Hazel, a soft, lyrical voice said, "What about my flames, old friend?" Gale squeaked excitedly and jumped from Hazel's shoulder, scampering to the entrance of the cavern, where a blonde woman stood in a black dress, the mist swirling around her. The giant stumbled backward, bumping into the doors of death. "You," he said from Percy's mouth. "Me," Hecate agreed. She spread her arms. Blazing torches appeared in her hands. "It has been millennia since I fought at the side of a demigod, but Hazel Levesque has proven herself worthy. What do you say, Clytius? Shall we play with fire?" Chapter 75. Hazel. If the giant had run away screaming, Hazel would have been grateful. Then they all could have taken the rest of the day off. Clydius disappointed her. When he saw the goddess's torches blazing, the giant seemed to recover his wits. He stomped his foot, shaking the floor and almost stepping on Annabeth's arm. Dark smoke billowed around him until Annabeth and Percy were totally hidden. Hazel could see nothing but the giant's gleaming eyes. "Bold words," Clytius spoke from Leo's mouth. "You forget, goddess. When we last met, you had the help of Hercules and Dionysus, the most powerful heroes in the world, both of them destined to become gods. Now you bring these?" Leo's unconscious body contorted in pain. "Stop it!" Hazel yelled. She didn't plan what happened next. She simply knew she had to protect her friends. She imagined them behind her, the same way she'd imagined new tunnels appearing in Pacify's labyrinth. Leo dissolved. He reappeared at Hazel's feet, along with Percy and Annabeth. The mist whirled around her, spilling over the stones and enveloping her friends. Where the white mist met the dark smoke of Clytius, it steamed and sizzled, like lava rolling into the sea. Leo opened his eyes and gasped. What? Annabeth and Percy remained motionless, but Hazel could sense their heartbeats getting strong, their breath coming more evenly. On Hecate's shoulder, Gale the polecat barked with admiration. The goddess stepped forward, her dark eyes glittering in the torchlight. "You're right, Clytius. Hazel Levesque is not Hercules or Dionysus, but I think you will find her just as formidable." Through the smoky shroud, Hazel saw the giant open his mouth. No words came out. Clytius sneered in frustration. Leo tried to sit up. "What's going on? What can I—" "Watch Percy and Annabeth." Hazel drew her spatha. "Stay behind me. Stay in the mist." "But—" The look Hazel gave him must have been more severe than she realized. Leo gulped. "Yeah, got it. White mist good, black smoke bad." Hazel advanced. The giant spread his arms. The domed ceiling shook, and the giant's voice echoed through the room, magnified 100 times. "Formidable?" the giant demanded. It sounded as if he were speaking through a chorus of the dead, using all the unfortunate souls who'd been buried behind the dome's stele. "Because the girl has learned your magic tricks, Hecate? Because you allow these weaklings to hide in your mist?" A sword appeared in the giant's hand, a Stygian iron blade, much like Nico's, except 5 times the size. "I do not understand why Gia would find any of these demigods worthy of sacrifice. I will crush them like empty nutshells." Hazel's fear turned to rage. She screamed. The walls of the chamber made a crackling sound, like ice in warm water, and dozens of gems streaked toward the giant, punching through his armor like buckshot. Clytius staggered backward. His disembodied voice bellowed with pain. His iron breastplate was peppered with holes. Golden ichor trickled from a wound on his right arm. His shroud of darkness thinned. Hazel could see the murderous expression on his face. "You," Clytius growled. "You worthless!" "Worthless?" Hecate asked quietly. "I'd say Hazel Levesque knows a few tricks even I could not teach her." Hazel stood in front of her friends, determined to protect them, but her energy was fading. Her sword was already heavy in her hand, and she hadn't even swung it yet. She wished Orion were here. She could use the horse's speed and strength. Unfortunately, her equine friend would not be able to help her this time. He was a creature of the wide-open spaces, not the underground. The giant dug his fingers into the wound on his biceps. He pulled out a diamond and flicked it aside. The wound closed. "So, daughter of Pluto," Clytius rumbled, "do you really believe Hecate has your interests at heart? Circe was a favorite of hers, and Medea, and Pacify. How did they end up, eh?" Behind her, Hazel heard Annabeth stirring, groaning in pain. Percy muttered something that sounded like, "Bob? Bob? Bob?" Claudius stepped forward, holding his sword casually at his side, as if they were comrades rather than enemies. "Hecate will not tell you the truth. She sends acolytes like you to do her bidding and take all the risk. If by some miracle you incapacitate me, only then will she be able to set me on fire. Then she will claim the glory of the kill. You heard how Bacchus dealt with the Allodae twins in the Colosseum. Hecate is worse. She is a Titan who betrayed the Titans. Then she betrayed the gods. Do you really think she will keep faith with you?" Hecate's face was unreadable. "I cannot answer his accusations, Hazel," said the goddess. "This is your crossroads. You must choose." "Yes, crossroads," the giant's laughter echoed. His wounds seemed to have healed completely. "Hecate offers you obscurity, choices, vague promises of magic. I am the anti-Hecate. I will give you truth. I will eliminate choices and magic. I will strip away the mist once and for all, and show you the world in all its true horror." Leo struggled to his feet, coughing like an asthmatic. "I'm loving this guy," he wheezed. "Seriously, we should keep him around for inspirational seminars." His hands ignited like blowtorches. "Or I could just light him up." "Leo, no," Hazel said. "My father's temple. My call." "Yeah, okay, but—" "Hazel?" Annabeth wheezed. Hazel was so elated to hear her friend's voice that she almost turned, but she knew she shouldn't take her eyes off Claudius. "The chains," Annabeth managed. Hazel inhaled sharply. She'd been a fool. The doors of death were still open, shuddering against the chains that held them in place. Hazel had to cut them free so they would disappear and finally be beyond Gia's reach. The only problem? A big smoky giant stood in her way. "You can't seriously believe you have the strength," Claudius chided. "What will you do, Hazel Levesque? Pelt me with more rubies? Shower me with sapphires?" Hazel gave him an answer. She raised her spatha and charged. Apparently, Claudius hadn't expected her to be quite so suicidal. He was slow raising his sword. By the time he slashed, Hazel had ducked between his legs and jabbed her imperial gold blade into his gluteus maximus. Not very ladylike. The nuns at St. Agnes would never have approved. But it worked. Claudius roared and arched his back, waddling away from her. Mist still swirled around Hazel, hissing as it met the giant's black smoke. Hazel realized that Hecate was assisting her, lending her the strength to keep up a defensive shroud. Hazel also knew that the instant her own concentration wavered and that darkness touched her, she would collapse. If that happened, she wasn't sure Hecate would be able or willing to stop the giant from crushing her and her friends. Hazel sprinted toward the doors of death. Her blade shattered the chains on the left side like they were made of ice. She lunged to the right, but Claudius yelled, "No!" By sheer luck, she wasn't cut in half. The flat of the giant's blade caught her in the chest and sent her flying. She slammed into the wall and felt bones crack. Across the room, Leo screamed her name. Through her blurry vision, she saw a flash of fire. Hecate stood nearby, her form shimmering as if she were about to dissolve. Her torches seemed to be flickering out, but that might have just been that Hazel was starting to lose consciousness. She couldn't give up now. She forced herself to stand. Her side felt like it was embedded with razor blades. Her sword lay on the ground about 5 feet away. She staggered toward it. "Claudius!" she shouted. She meant it to sound like a brave challenge, but it came out as more of a croak. At least it got his attention. The giant turned from Leo and the others. When he saw her limping forward, he laughed. "A good try, Hazel Levesque," Clytius admitted. "You did better than I anticipated, but magic alone cannot defeat me, and you do not have sufficient strength. Hecate has failed you, as she fails all of her followers in the end." The mist around her was thinning. At the other end of the room, Leo tried to force-feed Percy some ambrosia, though Percy was still pretty much out of it. Annabeth was awake, but struggling, barely able to lift her head. Hecate stood with her torches, watching and waiting, which infuriated Hazel so much she found one last burst of energy. She threw her sword, not at the giant, but at the doors of death. The chains on the right side shattered. Hazel collapsed in agony, her side burning, as the doors shuddered and disappeared in a flash of purple light. Clytius roared so loudly that a half-dozen stelae fell from the ceiling and shattered. "That was for my brother Nico," Hazel gasped, "and for destroying my father's altar." "You have forfeited your right to a quick death," the giant snarled. "I will suffocate you in darkness, slowly, painfully. Hecate cannot help you. No one can help you." The goddess raised her torches. "I would not be so certain, Clytius. Hazel's friends simply needed a little time to reach her. Time you have given them with your boasting and bragging." Clytius snorted. "What friends? These weaklings? They are no challenge." In front of Hazel, the air rippled. The mist thickened, creating a doorway, and 4 people stepped through. Hazel wept with relief. Frank's arm was bleeding and bandaged, but he was alive. Next to him stood Nico, Piper, and Jason, all with their swords drawn. "Sorry we're late," Jason said. "Is this the guy who needs killing?" Chapter 76. Hazel. Hazel almost felt sorry for Clytius. They attacked him from every direction, Leo shooting fire at his legs, Frank and Piper jabbing at his chest, Jason flying into the air and kicking him in the face. Hazel was proud to see how well Piper remembered her sword-fighting lessons. Each time the giant's smoky veil started creeping around one of them, Nico was there, slashing through it, drinking in the darkness with his Stygian blade. Percy and Annabeth were on their feet, looking weak and dazed, but their swords were drawn. When did Annabeth get a sword? And what was it made of? Ivory? They looked like they wanted to help, but there was no need. The giant was surrounded. Clytius snarled, turning back and forth as if he couldn't decide which of them to kill first. "Wait! Hold still! No! Ouch!" The darkness around him dispelled completely, leaving nothing to protect him except his battered armor. Ichor oozed from a dozen wounds. The damage healed almost as fast as it was inflicted, but Hazel could tell the giant was tiring. One last time Jason flew at him, kicking him in the chest, and the giant's breastplate shattered. Clytius staggered backward. His sword dropped to the floor. He fell to his knees, and the demigods encircled him. Only then did Hecate step forward, her torches raised. Mist curled around the giant, hissing and bubbling as it touched his skin. "And so it ends," Hecate said. "It does not end!" Clytius's voice echoed from somewhere above, muffled and slurred. "My brethren have risen. Gia waits only for the blood of Olympus. It took all of you together to defeat me. What will you do when the Earth Mother opens her eyes?" Hecate turned her torches upside down. She thrust them like daggers at Clytius's head. The giant's hair went up faster than dry tinder, spreading down his head and across his body until the heat of the bonfire made Hazel wince. Claudius fell without a sound, face first in the rubble of Hades's altar. His body crumbled to ashes. For a moment, no one spoke. Hazel heard a ragged, painful noise and realized it was her own breathing. Her side felt like it had been kicked in with a battering ram. The goddess Hecate faced her. "You should go now, Hazel Levesque. Lead your friends out of this place." Hazel gritted her teeth, trying to hold in her anger. "Just like that? No thank you? No good work?" The goddess tilted her head. Gale the weasel chittered, maybe a goodbye, maybe a warning, and disappeared in the folds of her mistress's skirt. "You look in the wrong place for gratitude," Hecate said. "As for good work, that remains to be seen. Speed your way to Athens. Clytius was not wrong. The giants have risen, all of them, stronger than ever. Gia is on the very edge of waking. The Feast of Hope will be poorly named unless you arrive to stop her." The chamber rumbled. Another stela crashed to the floor and shattered. "The house of Hades is unstable," Hecate said. "Leave now. We shall meet again." The goddess dissolved. The mist evaporated. "She's friendly," Percy grumbled. The others turned toward him and Annabeth, as if just realizing they were there. "Dude!" Jason gave Percy a bear hug. "Back from Tartarus," Leo whooped. "That's my peeps." Piper threw her arms around Annabeth and cried. Frank ran to Hazel. He gently folded his arms around her. "You're hurt," he said. "Ribs probably broken," she admitted. "But Frank, what happened to your arm?" He managed a smile. "Long story. We're alive. That's what matters." She was so giddy with relief it took her a moment to notice Nico, standing by himself, his expression full of pain and conflict. "Hey," she called to him, beckoning with her good arm. He hesitated, then came over and kissed her forehead. "I'm glad you're okay," he said. "The ghosts were right. Only one of us made it to the doors of death. You would have made Dad proud." She smiled, cupping her hand gently to his face. "We couldn't have defeated Clytius without you." She brushed her thumb under Nico's eye and wondered if he had been crying. She wanted so badly to understand what was going on with him, what had happened to him over the last few weeks. After all they'd just been through, Hazel was more grateful than ever to have a brother. Before she could say that, the ceiling shuddered. Cracks appeared in the remaining tiles. Columns of dust spilled down. "We've got to get out of here," Jason said. Frank?" Frank shook his head. "I think one favor from the dead is all I can manage today." "Wait, what?" Hazel asked. Piper raised her eyebrows. "Your unbelievable boyfriend called in a favor as a child of Mars. He summoned the spirits of some dead warriors, made them lead us here through, well, I'm not sure, actually. The passages of the dead? All I know is that it was very, very dark." To their left, a section of the wall split. 2 ruby eyes from a carved stone skeleton popped out and rolled across the floor. "We'll have to shadow travel," Hazel said. Nico winced. "Hazel, I can barely manage that with only myself. With 7 more people—" "I'll help you." She tried to sound confident. She'd never shadow traveled before, had no idea if she could. But after working with the mist, altering the labyrinth, she had to believe it was possible. An entire section of tiles peeled loose from the ceiling. "Everyone grab hands!" Nico yelled. They made a hasty circle. Hazel envisioned the Greek countryside above them. The cavern collapsed, and she felt herself dissolving into shadow. They appeared on the hillside overlooking the river Acheron. The sun was just rising, making the water glitter and the clouds glow orange. The cool morning air smelled of honeysuckle. Hazel was holding hands with Frank on her left, Nico on her right. They were all alive and mostly whole. The sunlight in the trees was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. She wanted to live in that moment, free of monsters and gods and evil spirits. Then her friends began to stir. Nico realized that he was holding Percy's hand and quickly let go. Leo staggered backward. "You know, I think I'll sit down." He collapsed. The others joined him. The Argo II still floated over the river a few hundred yards away. Hazel knew that they should signal Coach Hedge and tell him they were alive. Had they been in the temple all night? Or several nights? But at the moment, the group was too tired to do anything except sit and relax and marvel at the fact that they were okay. They began to exchange stories. Frank explained what had happened with the ghostly legion and the army of monsters, how Nico had used the scepter of Diocletian, and how bravely Jason and Piper had fought. "Frank is being modest," Jason said. "He controlled the entire legion. You should have seen him. Oh, by the way," Jason glanced at Percy, "I resigned my office, gave Frank a field promotion to Praetor, unless you want to contest that ruling." Percy grinned. "No argument here." "Praetor?" Hazel stared at Frank. He shrugged uncomfortably. "Well, yeah, I know it seems weird." She tried to throw her arms around him, then winced as she remembered her busted ribs. She settled for kissing him. "It seems perfect." Leo clapped Frank on the shoulder. "Way to go, Jong. Now you can order Octavian to fall on his sword." "Tempting," Frank agreed. He turned apprehensively to Percy. "But you guys, Tartarus has to be the real story. What happened down there? How did you—" Percy laced his fingers through Annabeth's. Hazel happened to glance at Nico and saw pain in his eyes. She wasn't sure, but maybe he was thinking how lucky Percy and Annabeth were to have each other. Nico had gone through Tartarus alone. "We'll tell you the story," Percy promised. "But not yet, okay? I'm not ready to remember that place." "No," Annabeth agreed. "Right now—" She gazed toward the river and faltered. I think our ride is coming." Hazel turned. The Argo II veered to port, its aerial oars in motion, its sails catching the wind. Festus's head glinted in the sunlight. Even from a distance, Hazel could hear him creaking and clanking in jubilation. "That's my boy!" Leo yelled. As the ship got closer, Hazel saw Coach Hedge standing at the prow. "About time!" the coach yelled down. He was doing his best to scowl, but his eyes gleamed as if maybe, just maybe, he was happy to see them. "What took you so long, Cupcakes? You kept your visitor waiting." "Visitor?" Hazel murmured. At the rail next to Coach Hedge, a dark-haired girl appeared, wearing a purple cloak. Her face so covered with soot and bloody scratches that Hazel almost didn't recognize her. Raina had arrived. Chapter 77. Percy. Percy stared at the Athena Parthenos, waiting for it to strike him down. Leo's new mechanical hoist system had lowered the statue onto the hillside with surprising ease. Now the 40-foot-tall goddess gazed serenely over the river Acheron, her gold dress like molten metal in the sun. "Incredible," Raina admitted. She was still red-eyed from crying, Soon after she'd landed on the Argo II, her Pegasus, Scipio, had collapsed, overwhelmed by poisoned claw marks from a griffin attack the night before. Reyna had put the horse out of his misery with her golden knife, turning the Pegasus into dust that scattered in the sweet-smelling Greek air. Maybe not a bad end for a flying horse, but Reyna had lost a loyal friend. Percy figured that she'd given up too much in her life already. The praetor circled the Athena Parthenos warily. "It looks newly made." "Yeah," Leo said. "We brushed off the cobwebs, used a little Windex. It wasn't hard." The Argo II hovered just overhead. With Festus keeping watch for threats on the radar, the entire crew had decided to eat lunch on the hillside while they discussed what to do. After the last few weeks, Percy figured they'd earned a good meal together. Really anything that wasn't firewater or draken meat soup. "Hey, Reyna," Annabeth called. "Have some food. Join us." The praetor glanced over, her dark eyebrows furrowed, as if "join us" didn't quite compute. Percy had never seen Reyna without her armor before. It was on board the ship, being repaired by Buford the Wonder Table. She wore a pair of jeans and a purple Camp Jupiter t-shirt, and looked almost like a normal teenager, except for the knife at her belt and that guarded expression, like she was ready for an attack from any direction. "All right," she said finally. They scooted over to make room for her in the circle. She sat cross-legged next to Annabeth, picked up a cheese sandwich, and nibbled at the edge. "So," Reyna said, "Frank Jong, praetor." Frank shifted, wiping crumbs from his chin.
"Well, yeah. Field promotion."
"To lead a different legion," Reyna noted. "A legion of ghosts." Hazel put her arm protectively through Frank's. After an hour in sickbay, they both looked a lot better, but Percy could tell they weren't sure what to think about their old boss from Camp Jupiter dropping in for lunch. "Reyna," Jason said, "you should have seen him." "He was amazing," Piper agreed. "Frank is a leader," Hazel insisted. "He makes a great praetor." Reyna's eyes stayed on Frank, like she was trying to guess his weight. "I believe you," she said. "I approve." Frank blinked.
"You do?"
Reyna smiled dryly. "A son of Mars? The hero who helped to bring back the Eagle of the Legion? I can work with a demigod like that. I'm just wondering how to convince the 12th Fulminata." Frank scowled.
"Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing."
Percy still couldn't get over how much Frank had changed. A growth spurt was putting it mildly. He was at least 3 inches taller, less pudgy, and more bulky, like a linebacker. His face looked sturdier, his jawline more rugged. It was as if Frank had turned into a bull and then back to human, but he'd kept some of the bullishness.
"The Legion will listen to you, Reyna," Frank said. "You made it here alone, across the ancient lands."
Reyna chewed her sandwich as if it were cardboard. "In doing so, I broke the laws of the Legion."
"Caesar broke the law when he crossed the Rubicon," Frank said. "Great leaders have to think outside the box sometimes."
She shook her head. "I'm not Caesar. After finding Jason's note in Diocletian's palace, tracking you down was easy. I only did what I thought was necessary." Percy couldn't help smiling. "Reyna, you're too modest. Flying halfway across the world by yourself to answer Annabeth's plea, because you knew it was our best chance for peace? That's pretty freaking heroic." Reyna shrugged. "Says the demigod who fell into Tartarus and found his way back." "He had help," Annabeth said. "Oh, obviously," Reyna said. "Without you, I doubt Percy could find his way out of a paper bag." "True," Annabeth agreed. "Hey," Percy complained. The others started laughing, but Percy didn't mind. It felt good to see them smile. Heck, just being in the mortal world felt good. Breathing unpoisonous air, enjoying actual sunshine on his back. Suddenly, he thought of Bob. "Tell the sun and stars hello for me." Percy's smile melted. Bob and Damison had sacrificed their lives so that Percy and Annabeth could sit here now, enjoying the sunlight and laughing with their friends. It wasn't fair. Leo pulled a tiny screwdriver from his tool belt. He stabbed a chocolate-covered strawberry and passed it to Coach Hedge. Then he pulled out another screwdriver and speared a second strawberry for himself. "So, the 20 million peso question," Leo said. "We got this slightly used 40-foot-tall statue of Athena. What do we do with it?" Reyna squinted at the Athena Parthenos. "As fine as it looks on this hill, I didn't come all this way to admire it. According to Annabeth, it must be returned to Camp Half-Blood by a Roman leader. Do I understand correctly?" Annabeth nodded. "I had a dream down in, Tartarus. I was on Half-Blood Hill, and Athena's voice said, 'I must stand here. The Roman must bring me.'" Percy studied the statue uneasily. He'd never had the best relationship with Annabeth's mom. He kept expecting Big Mama's statue to come alive and chew him out for getting her daughter into so much trouble. Or maybe just step on him without a word. "It makes sense," Nico said. Percy flinched. It almost sounded like Nico had read his mind and was agreeing that Athena should step on him. The son of Hades sat at the other end of the circle, eating nothing but half a pomegranate, the fruit of the underworld. Percy wondered if that was Nico's idea of a joke. "The statue is a powerful symbol," Nico said. "A Roman returning it to the Greeks, that could heal the historic rift. Maybe even heal the gods of their split personalities." Coach Hedge swallowed his strawberry along with half the screwdriver. "Now hold on. I like peace as much as the next satyr." "You hate peace," Leo said. "The point is, Valdez, we're only, a few days from Athens? We got an army of giants waiting for us there. We went to all the trouble of saving this statue." "I went to most of the trouble," Annabeth reminded him. "Because that prophecy called it the Giant's Bane," the coach continued. "So why aren't we taking it to Athens with us? It's obviously our secret weapon." He eyed the Athena Parthenos. "It looks like a ballistic missile to me. Maybe if Valdez strapped some engines to it." Piper cleared her throat. Great idea, Coach, but a lot of us have had dreams and visions of Gia rising at Camp Half-Blood." She unsheathed her dagger Catoptris and set it on her plate. At the moment, the blade showed nothing except sky, but looking at it still made Percy uncomfortable. "Since we got back to the ship," Piper said, "I've been seeing some bad stuff in the knife. The Roman Legion is almost within striking distance of Camp Half-Blood. They're gathering reinforcements. Spirits, eagles, wolves." "Octavian," Reyna growled. "I told him to wait." "When we take over command," Frank suggested, "our first order of business should be to load Octavian into the nearest catapult and fire him as far away as possible." "Agreed," Reyna said. "But for now—" "He's intent on war," Annabeth put in. "He'll have it unless we stop him." Piper turned the blade of her knife. "Unfortunately, that's not the worst of it. I saw images of a possible future. The camp in flames, Roman and Greek demigods lying dead. And Gia—" Her voice failed her. Percy remembered the god Tartarus in physical form, looming over him. He'd never felt such helplessness and terror. He still burned with shame, remembering how his sword had slipped out of his hand. "You might as well try to kill the earth," Tartarus had said. If Gia was that powerful, and she had an army of giants at her side, Percy didn't see how 7 demigods could stop her, especially when most of the gods were incapacitated. They had to stop the giants before Gia woke, or it was game over. If the Athena Parthenos was a secret weapon, taking it to Athens was pretty tempting. Heck, Percy kind of liked the coach's idea of using it as a missile and sending Gia up in a godly nuclear mushroom cloud. Unfortunately, his gut told him that Annabeth was right. The statue belonged back on Long Island, where it might be able to stop the war between the two camps. "So Reyna takes the statue," Percy said, "and we continue on to Athens." Leo shrugged. "Cool with me, but, a few pesky logistical problems. We got, what, 2 weeks until that Roman feast day when Gia is supposed to rise?" "The Feast of Spes," Jason said. "That's on the 1st of August. Today is—" "July 18th, Frank offered. "So, yeah, from tomorrow, exactly 14 days. Hazel winced. "It took us 18 days to get from Rome to here. A trip that should have only taken 2 or 3 days max." "So, given our usual luck," Leo said, "maybe we have enough time to get the Argo 2 to Athens, find the giants, and stop them from waking Gia. Maybe. But how is Reyna supposed to get this massive statue back to Camp Half-Blood before the Greeks and Romans put each other through the blender? She doesn't even have her Pegasus anymore." Sorry." "Fine," Reyna snapped. She might be treating them like allies rather than enemies, but Percy could tell Reyna still had a not-so-soft spot for Leo, probably because he'd blown up half the Forum in New Rome. She took a deep breath. "Unfortunately, Leo is correct. I don't see how I can transport something so large. I was assuming, well, I was hoping you all would have an answer." "The labyrinth," Hazel said. I mean, if Pacify really has reopened it, and I think she has." She looked at Percy apprehensively. "Well, you said the labyrinth could take you anywhere, so maybe—" "No." Percy and Annabeth spoke in unison. "Not to shoot you down, Hazel," Percy said. "It's just—" He struggled to find the right words. How could he describe the labyrinth to someone who'd never explored it? Daedalus had created it to be a living, growing maze. Over the centuries, it had spread like the roots of a tree under the entire surface of the world. Sure, it could take you anywhere. Distance inside was meaningless. You could enter the maze in New York, walk 10 feet, and exit the maze in Los Angeles, but only if you found a reliable way to navigate. Otherwise, the labyrinth would trick you and try to kill you at every turn. When the tunnel network collapsed after Daedalus died, Percy had been relieved. The idea that the maze was regenerating itself, honeycombing its way under the earth again and providing a spacious new home for monsters, that didn't make him happy. He had enough problems already. "For one thing," he said, "the passages in the labyrinth are way too small for the Athena Parthenos. There's no chance you could take it down there." "And even if the maze is reopening," Annabeth continued, "we don't know what it might be like now. It was dangerous enough before, under Daedalus's control, and he wasn't evil. If Pacify has remade the labyrinth the way she wanted—" She shook her head. "Hazel, maybe your underground senses could guide Reyna through, but no one else would stand a chance, and we need you here. Besides, if you got lost down there—" "You're right," Hazel said glumly. "Never mind." Reyna cast her eyes around the group. "Other ideas?" "I could go," Frank offered, not sounding very happy about it. "If I'm a praetor, I should go. Maybe we could rig some sort of sled, or—" No, Frank Zhang. Reyna gave him a weary smile. I hope we will work side by side in the future, but for now your place is with the crew of this ship. You are one of the 7 of the prophecy. I'm not, Nico said. Everybody stopped eating. Percy stared across the circle at Nico, trying to decide if he was joking. Hazel set down her fork. Nico. I'll go with Reyna, he said. I can transport the statue with shadow travel. Percy raised his hand. I mean, I know you just got all 8 of us to the surface, and that was awesome, but a year ago you said transporting just yourself was dangerous and unpredictable. A couple of times you ended up in China. Transporting a 40-foot statue and 2 people halfway across the world? I've changed since I came back from Tartarus. Nico's eyes glittered with anger, more intensely than Percy understood. He wondered if he'd done something to offend the guy. Nico, Jason intervened, we're not questioning your power. We just want to make sure you don't kill yourself trying. I can do it, he insisted. I'll make short jumps, a few 100 miles each time. It's true, after each jump, I won't be in any shape to fend off monsters. I'll need Reyna to defend me and the statue. Reyna had an excellent poker face. She studied the group, scanning their faces, but betraying none of her own thoughts. Any objections? No one spoke. Very well, she said, with the finality of a judge. If she had a gavel, Percy suspected she would have banged it. I see no better option, but there will be many monster attacks. I would feel better taking a 3rd person. That's the optimal number for a quest. Coach Hedge, Frank blurted. Percy stared at him, not sure he'd heard correctly. What, Frank? The coach is the best choice, Frank said. The only choice. He's a good fighter. He's a certified protector. He'll get the job done. A fawn, Reyna said. Satyr, barked the coach. And yeah, I'll go. Besides, when you get to Camp Half-Blood, you'll need somebody with connections and diplomatic skills to keep the Greeks from attacking you. Just let me go make a call, get my baseball bat. He got up and shot Frank an unspoken message that Percy couldn't quite read. Despite the fact that he'd just been volunteered for a likely suicide mission, the coach looked grateful. He jogged off toward the ship's ladder, tapping his hooves together like an excited kid. Nico rose. I should go too, and rest before the first passage. We'll meet at the statue at sunset. Once he was gone, Hazel frowned. He's acting strangely. I'm not sure he's thinking this through. He'll be okay, Jason said. I hope you're right. She passed her hand over the ground. Diamonds broke the surface. A glittering Milky Way of stones. We're at another crossroads. The Athena Parthenos goes west. The Argo II goes east. I hope we chose correctly. Percy wished he could say something encouraging, but he felt unsettled. Despite all they'd been through and all the battles they'd won, they still seemed no closer to defeating Gia. Sure, they'd released Thanatos. They'd closed the doors of death. At least now they could kill monsters and make them stay in Tartarus for a while. But the giants were back. All the giants. One thing bothers me, he said. If the Feast of Spes is in 2 weeks, and Gia needs the blood of 2 demigods to wake, what did Claudius call it? The blood of Olympus? Then aren't we doing exactly what Gia wants, heading to Athens? If we don't go, and she can't sacrifice any of us, doesn't that mean she can't wake up fully? Annabeth took his hand. He drank in the sight of her now that they were back in the mortal world, without the death mist, her blonde hair catching the sunlight. even if she was still thin and wan like him, and her gray eyes were stormy with thought. "Percy, prophecies cut both ways," she said. "If we don't go, we may lose our best and only chance to stop her. Athens is where our battle lies. We can't avoid it. Besides, trying to thwart prophecies never works. Gia could capture us somewhere else, or spill the blood of some other demigods." "Yeah, you're right," Percy said. "I don't like it, but you're right." The mood of the group became as gloomy as Tartarus air, until Piper broke the tension. "Well," she sheathed her blade and patted her cornucopia. "Good picnic. Who wants dessert?" Chapter 78. Percy. At sunset, Percy found Nico tying ropes around the pedestal of the Athena Parthenos. "Thank you," Percy said. Nico frowned. "What for?" "You promised to lead the others to the house of Hades," Percy said. "You did it." Nico tied the ends of the ropes together, making a halter. "You got me out of that bronze jar in Rome. Saved my life yet again. It was the least I could do." His voice was steely, guarded. Percy wished he could figure out what made this guy tick, but he'd never been able to. Nico was no longer the geeky kid from Westover Hall with the mytho-magic cards, nor was he the angry loner who'd followed the ghost of Minos through the labyrinth. But who was he? "Also," Percy said, "you visited Bob." He told Nico about their trip through Tartarus. He figured if anyone could understand, Nico could. "You convinced Bob that I could be trusted, even though I never visited him. I never gave him a second thought. You probably saved our lives by being nice to him." "Yeah, well," Nico said, "not giving people a second thought, that can be dangerous." "Dude, I'm trying to say thank you." Nico laughed without humor. "I'm trying to say you don't need to. Now I need to finish this. If you could give me some space." Yeah, okay." Percy stepped back while Nico took up the slack on his ropes. He slipped them over his shoulders as if the Athena Parthenos were a giant backpack. Percy couldn't help feeling a little hurt, being told to take a hike. Then again, Nico had been through a lot. The guy had survived in Tartarus on his own. Percy understood firsthand just how much strength that must have taken. Annabeth walked up the hill to join them. She took Percy's hand, which made him feel better. "Good luck," she told Nico. "Yeah." He didn't meet her eyes. "You too." A minute later, Reyna and Coach Hedge arrived in full armor with packs over their shoulders. Reyna looked grim and ready for combat. Coach Hedge grinned like he was expecting a surprise party. Reyna gave Annabeth a hug. "We will succeed," she promised. "I know you will," Annabeth said. Coach Hedge shouldered his baseball bat. "Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to get to camp and see my baby. I'm going to get this baby to camp." He patted the leg of the Athena Parthenos. "All right," said Nico. "Grab the ropes, please. Here we go." Reyna and Hedge took hold. The air darkened. The Athena Parthenos collapsed into its own shadow and disappeared, along with its 3 escorts. The Argo II sailed after nightfall. They veered southwest until they reached the coast, then splashed down in the Ionian Sea. Percy was relieved to feel the waves beneath him again. It would have been a shorter trip to Athens over land, but after the crew's experience with mountain spirits in Italy, they decided not to fly over Gia's territory any more than they had to. They would sail around the Greek mainland, following the routes that Greek heroes had taken in the ancient times. That was fine with Percy. He loved being back in his father's element, with the fresh sea air in his lungs and the salty spray on his arms. He stood at the starboard rail and closed his eyes, sensing the currents beneath them. But images of Tartarus kept burning in his mind. The river Phlegethon, the blistered ground where monsters regenerated, the dark forest where Arai circled overhead in the blood-mist clouds. Most of all, he thought about a hut in the swamp with a warm fire and racks of drying herbs and draken jerky. He wondered if that hut was empty now. Annabeth pressed next to him at the rail, her warmth reassuring. "I know," she murmured, reading his expression. "I can't get that place out of my head either." "Damison," Percy said, "and Bob." "I know." Her voice was fragile. "We have to make their sacrifice worth it. We have to beat Gia." Percy stared into the night sky. He wished they were looking at it from the beach on Long Island, rather than from halfway around the world, sailing toward almost certain death. He wondered where Nico, Reyna, and Hedge were now, and how long it would take them to make it back, assuming they survived. He imagined the Romans drawing up battle lines right now, encircling Camp Half-Blood. 14 days to reach Athens. Then, one way or another, the war would be decided. Over in the bow, Leo whistled happily as he tinkered with Festus's mechanical brain, muttering something about a crystal and an astrolabe. Amidships, Piper and Hazel practiced their swordplay, gold and bronze blades ringing in the night. Jason and Frank stood at the helm, talking in low tones, maybe telling stories of the Legion, or sharing thoughts on being praetor. "We've got a good crew," Percy said. "If I have to sail to my death—" "You're not dying on me, seaweed brain," Annabeth said. "Remember? Never separated again. And after we get home—" "What?" Percy asked. She kissed him. "Ask me again once we defeat Gia." He smiled, happy to have something to look forward to. "Whatever you say." As they sailed farther from the coast, the sky darkened, and more stars came out. Percy studied the constellations, the ones Annabeth had taught him so many years ago. "Bob says hello," he told the stars. The Argo, too, sailed into the night. This is Nick Chamian. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Heroes of Olympus, Book 4, The House of Hades, by Rick Riordan. This program was directed by Fred Sanders. Executive producer, Janet Stark. Text copyright 2013 by Rick Riordan. Production copyright 2013, Random House, LLC. All rights reserved.